Anyone home? Anyone home? Open the door. 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 I have your Amazon parcel. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Yes, I got your Amazon parcel. Yeah, you should open the door. Hi. Normal. Hey, so see your violence Nino mug arrived. Did you drink your juice from it? I have your parcel. I have your Nino mug parcel. I have your Nino mug parcel. Oh, hello. I pissed on your mat. I pissed on your welcome mat. Yeah, you took too long to open the door. You took too long. It's not my fault. You took too long. You took too long to open the door. So I pissed on your welcome mat. Joke's on you. I don't have a welcome mat. The fuck? Whose welcome mat is it then? Whose welcome mat is it? Wait. It says number 10 on the door. Wait, you don't live on 10 Downing Street? Wait, that's not your address? Wait, what? That's... Are you... Whose address is this? Whose address is it? Wait, what? Whose address is it? Whose address is it? No, it said down the street. It's not. Oh, not Downing Street. Your mom's? No, it's not my mom's address. That's not my mom's address. I think it's the Prime Minister's. It's the Prime Minister's. It's the UK's Prime Minister's. Oops. Oopsies. Oopsies. I pissed on that mat. They didn't open the door, not my fault. I had the parcel. I guess I have to go 10. Is he not your mom? No! No. He's a monkey. He's awful. About to get a ton of spam mail. Damn. You know, what if we sent like I'm a Nigerian prince. I'm about to die. I have money for you. Give me your Bitcoin wallet number and I can send you the money. I have 10 million. Which is a lot of money. 10 million is a lot of money. Hello. 10 million yen. 10 million yen. Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. I wasn't gonna stream today. I wasn't feeling so good. I just like stayed in bed. But now I'm here. Because we have a charity stream to do. We have a charity stream. So we got to do it. You do Nigerian Prince, I knew it. Yes, I am the prince. Yeah, I did. Streaming is good, keeps my head busy. My goofy head. Yeah. On that note, actually, on my Twitter, I've been getting. Alright, let me check it again. So you know there's a spam section for like your DMs. There's a spam section, and I think, if I remember correctly, I got a message requested here. Okay, I'm gonna read this for y'all. Oh my god. Wait, can I show this? I think it's okay. Let me see, is there any weird ones? Oh, holy smokes, how many? There's a lot of spam. Wait, what the hell? Wait, it keeps going. Real life dating with... What? Hello, my name is Mayna. Spanish goon slave. Am I allowed to show this? Okay, hold up. I don't think there's anything weird. As long as I don't click on the link, right? Alright, let me show you guys this. Look, not all my links, all my tabs. You see something cool though? Look at this. It's The Witcher. Double-edged swear. Oh shit. Not on this page. Let me go here then. Hold up. Whee! Okay. It should work here. It should work here. But there's no music here. That's okay. I can play Spotify. Spotify. Alright. Oh wait, I have to. Let me this? Maybe this is fine. Okay. Hi! Oh my god, it's Palico! Wait, let me replay it. Yuck.
Why you have goofy in your head, hack?
I don't know. Wait, we got the new biome. We got a new biome. There's a new biome, guys. New biome. Fish in new biome. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let me show you guys this. What is that? Is that the snake? You guys can see the top, people. Sent a link. Where is it? Recruitment? I'm being recruited for something. I have no idea what that is. Real life dating with strange girls. Grayson, wee man.
Hello, Nano. This is courtesy of Palico Kikwe.
Diaresis, I diaresis, 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 diaresis, I.
The fuck was that? I diaresis, write that down. I diaresis. What is it? What does it mean? I was just showing you guys the things I'm getting in my thing, and you're sending me weird ass stuff like that. That's all of them. Look at this bottom one. Real life dating with something. Hello, my name is Mayna. This one, look, Spanish goon slave. You guys can't see my cursor. Hold up, let me fix that. Wait. Oh, did I delete it? Let me see. You don't see my cursor. What the fuck? Capture cursor. Okay. Alright. Whatever. Oh, now you see it. Yeah. Dating AI. I have no idea. But this one, Spanish good slave. The doctor told me that I don't have. I think this is something about I don't have much time. Sent a photo. Okay, Mary left. Did I interact with this at some point? I have no idea. Sent a link. Where's the other ones? Where are the other ones? Wait, hold on. Oh, hey! The doctor told me. Look, all these are the same, and then these are just... Oh, wait, you guys gotta see it. Wait, look it. Okay, here you go. The doctor told me that I don't... You think it's okay to click one of them? I'm gonna read it. I don't want to leave you guys out of this. The doctor told me that I don't have much time left because of cancer. I keep thinking back to the time when I worked hard. You are lucky in the remaining time. I want to leave quietly. This is my legacy to you. Please do more charity in future. Please keep this information safe. Oh, wait, am I not supposed to share this?
I'm Fable the deer that spams the TTS like 789 789 789 789 789 789 789 789 789 789.
Thank you. Thank you, Fable. I have no idea. I have no idea if this is the new Arabian Prince. It's April. Not followed by anyone you're following. Inbal, Brooke, Erin. All the same, I bet. Let me see. Are the numbers the same? The numbers are the same. Yeah. I just wanted to share that with you guys. But this one is hella funny. Spanish goon slave. Must be real if they're all the same. They did control and paste. Do you think they did control and paste? What was that emote? That was just so lonely right there.
Mr. Tenacity Psycho asked me, Can you roast me on how I keep overheating my tools to the point I am on fire in hard space? Shipbreaker? Sure thing, Choom. Sounds like you've got the Midas touch, but instead of turning things to gold, you turn them into a bonfire. Maybe next time try less full throttle and more careful precision. Unless you're going for that burn it all to the ground speed run. Just remember, when things get too hot to handle, it's not a feature. It's a problem.
Oh, okay.
Keep your cool, or you'll end up toast.
Damn. I don't know. It's like, you know, Silverhand is really good at bringing you down. That was tame for him. Yeah. Yeah, he did his bestest. He did his bestest. By the way, we have a couple of things to do because we've reached milestones. We've reached milestones. Which is new Nino emote. New Nino emote. Okay, yeah, let me add a Jeff emote. We have 500 slots on better TTV. Let me see. Let me get Jeff emote. Oh, but no, I said 500 slots. We've only used like 115. We gotta step it up, guys. Why is it not loading? Oh, I know. I can't take him out. Let me see. Why is it not working? Oh, now I see. Which amount do we want? Okay, let me show you guys. You guys can help
Pants
me
are
take...
stupid. Ban pants. Ban pants. Ban pants. Ban pants.
Wait, is that Gura? Is that Gura? Is that Guranya? Wait, that's not mine, is it? No, it's not mine. I think that's Gura's. Alright. Jeff. Which Jeff, guys? Which... Not everything is Jeff. Oh, this is cute. Which Jeff, guys? Which Jeff are you guys fancying? Do you guys want like a static Jeff like this one? This one. Oh, what is this? Wiggly Jeff. No, we don't want to slap Jeff. No. We want to catch Jeff. Wait, can we... Should we get this one? You guys like this one? You guys like this one? You want Jeff Pat? Punch? No! No, punch. Okay. Channel. Alright. It should be added. How do I check dashboard? Oh, look at all these modes that we have in here. Wait, there's Jeff. Jeff is here. Oh, so much.
Ninunivet BRL BRL BRL
Why are
Ninunivet
these-
BRL
oh, these are
BRL
disabled. Yeah,
BRL
they don't-
Ninunivet BRL
We can add some more, guys. We have so
BRL.
much slots. Yeah, so much slots. Are there any other modes we should add? Oh, look at it. He's there. Is there any other modes that we should add? Look at him. Jeff. My name Jeff. I wonder. Wait, let's see what's popular. Yeah, these are... yeah. Ah, yeah. Ew, red. Ow! Okay. Let me look for Ninu. Are there any Ninu ones? Oh my god, look all the Ninu ones, guys. All the Ninu ones. Wait. What's this? Wait. Ninu's teeth. Wait. What is this? I can't see them. Why is it not loading? I need to see. Ninu. I want to see. I want to see. Load up. Okay. I want to see. Who's this? These are all Ninus, but I want to see the Ninus. I can't see it. Please load up. Only available in... Okay. I don't think... Oh, it's this. Wait, that's definitely not me. Okay. What else do we need? We have Jeff Pat. He's so cute. Who else do we need? I can't think of any other words. On that note, we should look into look. Will this get me in trouble if I show you guys this? Let me just... It's our goal, guys. Look at it. Glorb. We have Glorb. So we did tweet the tweet. We did that yesterday. So we need to get a new Ninu emote. New Ninu emote. And then we've done the merch sale. And then we gotta call a friend. Okay? That is the plan. Yes? That is the plan. And then a GTFO. Yes? My nightmare. Wait, hold up. Let me get a tablet. Yeah. Oh! You're probably back! Ah! Oh no. All the changes that I did. Guys, all the changes that I did is gone now. Wait. Oh no, it's all that stuff! I messed it up. Okay, hold up. There you go. That's fixed. Oh, what? Wow, thanks. Thank you. Am I... Whoa! Hold up a minute. Wait, what? How? What do you mean? I am the PC. This is my body. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh well. Oh no. Oh no. I'm Teletubbies. Oh man. Oh man. Wait. What happened? Am I alive? Okay. Bad. Oh my god. I am broken. Okay. Okay, I can put this forward. Wait, no, I can't. Okay. Let me delete it. Delete. Wait, how? Tablet? Oh, I'm an idiot, because I'm supposed to put it in front of me. Wait! How? There we go. I did it now, I fixed it. Okay. Okay, I got it. I think I got it. Okay. You know, check Discord DMs if you wanna commit crime. Oh, you guys did some peek. They're doing some peek. But guys, I need to call someone. I need to call some random person. Yes, feeling it. We're not streaming, but you can join if you wanna. But I'm currently streaming. Is that okay with Fabula? Staffy's gonna join? Hell yeah! I have to do the thing first. I have to do a couple of things, then I can join you guys. She will discover discover random PC in her belly.
Okay, I gotta pause, guys.
Pikachu!
Me is trying to take care of the streamer.
Ask Staffy. Ask Staffy.
No longer sitting like a goblin.
Responsible new. Yes.
Okay, stretched. And no longer
They just calling me.
Oops. You guys, I just like banged my water bottle right next to
I
the
just
mic. I'm so sorry.
I just have to call. I just said. Yeah.
Okay.
Now I left. Man, I need help. Okay, let me get up studio up so I can I don't know, write.
No, Nino, stop peeing.
No, I'm not gonna big. I'm gonna pee everywhere. I need to establish dominance. Dominance. Assert dominance. Wait, what? Hold up. Wait, you guys didn't even hear them, did you? I just remembered. Wait, no, you did. Oh, I don't know. Something smells like it's burning. But that's okay. It's okay. Burn good. Burn good. Okay, guys. I think it's good, right? Now that Nova has fixed her mic issue, she's gonna play all the proximity voice games. Wait, has she actually fixed it though? Has she actually fixed it? Alright guys, Nino mode. I've got... Hold on a sec. Okay, I didn't want you guys to hear my messy ass room. So I'm muted. Okay. Alright. I have chopsticks here. 100 peanuts slammed. It's crazy. It's what you gotta do, you know? You gotta do what you gotta do. Alright. Emotes, guys. Emote. Nino emote. Do we want... let me make a quick poll. Static or animated? Nino emote. Animated. I think, James Borrow, he's amazing artist and he's taking commissions currently, so maybe we can get a commission from him. Both? You guys want both? Okay, well, okay. What if I will only do both if we reach... Wait, somebody donated. Who is that? Who is that, Angel? Gecko Neko! You absolute champ. Thank you so much. You are amazing.
The same thing.
Nino VT, BRL. That's James. That's James. He does amazing art. And he has cute bees. He always emoji cute bees. But where did he go?
So, I thought, yeah. Let me just put my headphones back on. Hold on. Let me just put my headphones back on.
Wait.
So, hello, I'm a wrist warmer. That was not what I intended to do, but... And I'm another wrist warmer. I've got a hole. I'm a wrist warmer.
Let me ask him. Do you still have those wrist warmers? Alright. What I was gonna say, if you guys want me to do both emotes, if we reach, let's see, where are we at the moment? We are, if we get to, if we get to 500 by the end of today, get to 500, then I'll get both of them. Okay? Okay? Alright. Happy? 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 Yes? We do both if we get to if we get to 500 today. We are currently wait, I should probably edit the numbers here. We are at if I can I edit? Gonna edit. We are at 341.90. There you go. I don't know if you guys can see it. Yeah, I want to make it. If we get 500 dollarinos at the end of the stream, yeah, for today, we will get. I'll commission 2 emotes. I'll get 2 emotes commissioned. You're not even far off, guys. You're not even far off. We're doing it for a good
our
cause.
program to bring you this important message.
Yes.
I love you.
I love
Now
you
back
too.
to our show.
Back to our show, guys. We are back to our show. Yes. But that'll only stand for today. My face hurts? Oh no, what did you do with your face? What did you do to your face? Okay, let me get on this, and then I do shift. Alright. Measure this tree and he attacked my face with a. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's not nice. That's not nice. That's mean. Oh, let me go like. Gosh. I'll move this closer. Alright, guys. Also, I need you guys to think of somebody to call and what I'm going to say to them. I need you guys to think of that. Alright? So we got a static and animation. Alright. Alright, what do you guys want? Call AI new. Did they give you the good eggs at least? Also, how the heck am I gonna call AI new? How am I gonna call AI new? Call Billy? Okay. If I call Billy, what am I gonna say to her? Wait, is Boom Bus? I have never heard of that. Say her she should call you back. Say I called Billy. Wait, okay. I'll call her on Discord, right? I'll call her on Discord. And then I'm gonna say, you gotta call me back. And that's it. Do I pick up the call after that? Should I pick up the call after that? And waving a lighter. Oh! Yeah. That's a nice one. Waving lighter. That's a good one. What's that one? You can use it during karaoke. Hell yeah! Alright, let's pick up it after and ask what do they want. Oh my god, you guys are absolute menaces. It would be so awkward if Billy was here right now. Wait. Hold up. Let me see. Is she here at the moment? I don't think she's here. Yeah, she's not here, guys. She's not here. She's not here. We can't do that. We can get her. Okay. Alright, shall I call her right now? Should I do it now? Let me see. She's not on her computer, but we can try calling her. Alright, hold up. Guys, I don't think she's picking up. Maybe she's not at a computer. She's not at a computer. God damn. Okay. We'll come back. We'll come back. Maybe she'll come back in a bit. Alright, let me see. Alright, what other emotes, guys? What other emotes? Running lane with bread in her mouth. Oh! Running with bread mouth. Yeah. Sleepy new static? Wait, that's not how you spell sleep. Guys, she messaged me. I'm gonna call her again, okay?
Hello?
Hello. You should call me back. Hello?
Hi.
What do you need?
Are you live right now?
Yes.
Hello.
Sorry.
I would like to order a pizza. I'd like to have ham on it and pineapples. I'd like it delivered to my doorstep right now.
I'm sorry, they made me do it.
Of course they did.
They made me do it.
Shame on you, chat. Shame on you.
Sorry for bothering you.
No worries.
You have fun. Take care of yourself.
Have fun, guys.
Oh boy. I can't believe she actually called us back. She called us back. I think she was serious. Oh man. Look,
Smile for
Billy.
the camera,
Look.
Zimmy.
Hey, it's Abby. Shoebop. It is Shoebop. Oh man. Oh man, my cheeks.
Well, we'll give her a treat
They
when
made
she's
me do
awake,
it.
Okay? Maybe at the end of the stream, we'll give her a nice little treat. Oh,
Ooh.
sorry. Oh god, I'm so sorry.
That's Emmy, guys. That's Emmy.
I woke her up. The
Oh
stand
man.
is like really weird. One moment.
They made me do it. It was something I had to do for a donation. We're doing a charity stream. And one of the one of the milestones was call a friend, and they all told me what this thing. And they said to call you and tell you to call us back and say, what do you need? Did I get you? Yes, they failed. They paid. Did they get you? Did I get you? It's worth it though. Yeah. I can't feel serious. I'm sorry. Wait, animation ability doing our mom? Hold up a minute. I can't do that. No, I'm sandwich. Make me.
I have an addiction to Show Buddy. I had it on loop while driving to work. You monster, what have you done to me? Also, a tank emote sounds like a plan.
Wait, what? A tank emote sounds like a plan. Tank. Wait, sleeping. Sleepy. Wait, sleeping. Sleeping new. Tank. Oh my god. Tank.
Drive.
Drive. I couldn't help it, guys. That was funny. Alright, I just made a Twitter account. Time to follow Nino as the first. Oh, absolutely. Have you seen my latest tweet? Dorito? Dorito is an emote? Have you seen my latest tweet? Let me show you guys. Let me Oh wait, not my okay, well, my latest tweet with like before the stream tweet. Let me show you guys. Stop, man, stop. What the hell, man? What the hell, man? Alright, hold up. I need to go to my profile?
Oh, thank you for the biddies. The biddies right on my titties.
Dry.
Oh my god.
Thanks to Inversero for my sub gift.
Hell yeah, that's 20,000 years.
Thanks to RMGMT00 for my sub gift.
Oh man. Yeah, this is the tweet I did, and also this one. Look at this, guys. Wow, baking!
Feel the power of my magic!
Holy moly! Thank you so much. What the hell? You gave me biddies for this tweet. Did you like Did you like this tweet? Magic. Is love forbidden these days? That love is. Yes, it is. Was it to my boy? I don't know. I saw this and was like, you know what? I love this. I love some quality fan art. Yeah. Yeah, it's I saw it and I was like, I need to post this. I need to share this. I was about to like add Fable to it. Probably I could probably still do that. I could probably still I could do add Fable. Lady. There you go. I think she'll like it. It's her stuff. It's hot. What that is? It's this. This is hot. This is hot. You haven't seen anything. Oh, the weather is hot. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Fable's Twitter is I'm not sure. Is not okay. Is all I can say. I'm gonna make a break. Wait, I did not sign up for this. I did not sign up for that part. We were going through emotes, need emotes. If we get to 500 and 500 more, then if we get to 500 by the end of today, then oh my god, wait, it's raining in the fish game, guys. It's raining in the fish game. If we get to 500, then I will commission both. If not, I will do one of them. Get your fish. Alright, what other emotes were you guys saying? Hell yeah. Bash. Oh wait, we have a choo-choo train? Hell yeah! Let's go! Oh my god. That is crazy! Axolotl. You got an axolotl. There's a box. Axolotl. Alright, what other fishes did you guys say? The rhyme do crime. Hey, that rhymes. Nice. You got a tiny stick. Potassium new? Potassium new. Oh, on that note, on tweets, you know, was that not sleepy new? Sleep new. Oh, not sleepy new. Okay. Sleep new. Like an actual new. Okay. Ah, that's true, we do. Yeah, on the notes of tweets, you know yesterday's tweet that you guys made me post? People have been commenting. They've been very concerned, and I have not replied to any of the comments because backflip new as animated. Okay. Backflip new. Is the sleepy new only invisible to me since I don't have the emote? It's on Discord. It's not on here. Wait, I can add it to. I can probably add it to better TV, right? I can do that, right? Thank you guys for the choose train. I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you guys. Very kind. You threw all your coins at me, and I enjoyed it. Oh, I have to resize it. I'll just have to remember to do it. Wait, let me type it in my. Guys, James said he has those wrist warmers. No. Oh. Wait. Is it do I need to refresh the thing? What's the refresh? I think it's okay. Alright, let me go to Ninu's stupid ideas. Add sleepy new and DDV. Yeah. Wait, is this stream both on Discord and nah, just Twitch at the moment. But I do plan on multi-streaming, but then if I multi-stream, gosh, that means I can't do certain things. Like slam my penis in the car door. I can't do that. And that feels very sad. That's very, very sad. Oh yeah, I like play music. Yeah. Did you? Oh hell! Oh my god, that cat is so cool. That cat is cool. It's got the swag. Anti-bot! Oh my god, hi! Oh, that's me trying my best to write normally. Wait, am I not allowed to swear? Man, am I gonna go back and say Fluffkin? and Poopkin. Oh, what swears he use now? Wait, so I can still talk the way I talk. Hi, hi, how you doing? Alright, is this all your ideas, guys? Is all your ideas? Gotta pick new swears to use. No. No. There are heavy swears? Artist new? Like a static one? Artist new. Because you are an artist. I was thinking of another word. I'm actually no swearing on YouTube apparently. Really? That's wait. How many times have I sworn when like Nova's like multi-streaming on YouTube? Is he doing fishing new? Oh, a static fishing new? Or an animated one? You can kind of do both, right? Fishing new. You won't be able to use the C word on you. C? Cat? Cancel? Hunt? Cookies? What other words? Wait. Chicken? Oh, chicken milkies. It was one of those. He said, okay. Hunt was so close. Oh, okay, I see. What if I say like, see you next time? So instead of saying that, I'll say, see you next time. Oh, see you next Tuesday. Yeah, that's a very bad word. Oh man. You said worse? Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought I said worse than that. I said worse. See you next time. I see. Alright. Okay. Let me push this back. There we go. Alright. So, those are gonna be the emotes for now. And then if you guys change, if you guys have any other ideas, let me save this in my Nino stupid ideas section. Nino stupid ideas. Nino stupid ideas. Yeah, I save it here. Yes. Nino stupid ideas. Hey, look, you got a nice ass boot. Got a nice ass boot. Goodbye. 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 Where's my feet? Yeah. My feet. My feet. The feet. Alright, She streamed. I only did it once. Maybe I should do that again. I said, guys, I'm gonna be streaming somewhere, and then I streamed, and I tried to get you guys to find where I was streaming. Do you like my feet? Do you like the feet? Do you like it? Do you like the feet? You like the feet? Do you like the feet? You like it? Oh! Okay. I got blended. Thanks. 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 Ah! Wait! What? What the fuck did you guys just do? Degenerates. I know. They're trying to see the inside, but it's empty. The inside is empty. Sa, silly Nino. Wait. Also, how come it? Alright, wait. Something is missing from that because that's supposed to redeem the pacifier. What happened to it? Stop after fade? Stop after the thing. Wait. Is it broken? No. Wait, did it? Silly. The hotkey triggered on redeem. Yeah, I don't know why. Happy accident. You know who was an accident? You. How do I know? I asked our mother. God. Oh, I realized. I gotta pick up my meds, guys. I gotta grab my meds. So play cute fish game. Well, so go grab my meds, take my meds. Yeah? Yeah? Go on, fish. You know you want to. Alright. BRB.
Did you pee again?
Guess who's back? Oh, you going to sleep, heretic? Good night. Wait, is it not working? There you go. And Dragon Knight is number 1. Holy moly! Is it menu? Nino, Fitna, I'm here for wisdom of the new. It guides to the good stuff like how to show moms. How to mom. How to mom? Show mom? You know wilder. You know why is the wisdom of the new? Okay, let me conjure it. Let me conjure it. Yeah. The wisdom is give brain second. Give brain second.
Nino VT asked me, wisdom of the day. All right, listen up, darling. Today's wisdom is, life's too short to play fair all the time. Sometimes you've just got to say, work, and embrace the chaos. Remember, a little bit of mischief never hurt anyone, and keeping things unpredictable keeps life spicy. Just don't end up in the oops, I burned it all down club. Mau.
Hold up a minute. Wait. Wait, what? Oops, what? Oops, what? Oops, I burned it all down. Club. Wait, I think that's Nova's club, right? That must be Nova's club. So do moms, I'm out. Sorry, have a good time. Night night. Or is it your bedtime? It's okay, Thor. You go sleep, okay? I will see you tomorrow. Perhaps. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, guys. Wait. Hey, why is it not working? There you go. I blew you a kiss. Good night. Wee. You know wilder. Yeah. Lucky chatter. Yeah. You have to commit crime. Commit crime, and do time. I think I need to be a model or hired to use this one. Really? Wait. How do I can, let me, I thought I made it so it's, I know that is, VIP. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Stream Elements is down, guys. Wait a minute. Something sussy is happening. Hello, me. Wait, is something funky going on with Google? Is Google, something funky going with Google? I don't think it's Stream Element. It actually might be Google. Not enough! No, it's your stream, Nunu. Oh, what is happening to my stream? Is it dying? Is it crashing? Is it me? Is it me again? Funky how I just googled Nino and it worked. Wait, let me, oh, it's fun. That's weird. It was saying, my Nino very shushy. Nino being very shushy. It was saying, too much traffic coming from this network. I didn't press anything. I don't think so. When will I get a NordVPN sponsor? Please, NordVPN. Sponsor me. Sponsor me now, please. Thank you. That's my message to them. I think they will come and alright, hold up. Here, settings, customize, permission. Here we go. Oh, wait. Who can use UI commands? Oh, it's only mods. Sorry. May I change it to VIPs? You can use. Okay. Alright, I gotta save it now. Hold up, guys. It might restart itself. Is no. Okay, it should work now. Hashtag the mornings. Too much misfire for this spot then. And God. Oh God. Goldfish does not. Yeah, the goldfish does not work because I made it so it's only you can only redeem it using your points. That means you gotta work by watching me play and do stupid things. Alright. Okay. So next goal, guys, would be at 500 draw the girls. But if we reach 500 today, I will commission a static and an animated one. Otherwise, I'll just do one. Yes. Got iron, golden. Oh, oh! You did it! Now you gotta go to your item and use it. Yeah, item use number. Yeah! Okay, guys, fish. Everybody fish. Stop to fish. Fish! Down to fish, guys. Fish! Fish. Also, now I gotta go wee. Holy moly, that's kind of big. Need big fish. So, I go toilet out quickly, and then we'll play something.
No, Nino, stop peeing!
Meow, 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 meow. Alright, I'm back, guys. I am back. Sorry, what did I miss? Oh, wait. What do you want me? Do you want me to scroll up? Is there something I missed? Oh, goldfish closes the open menus only. Ah! Yeah. Oh! The VIPs are getting cold. No, there's nothing there. Are you sure, sir? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Maybe one day you'll become. Maybe you'll become a VIP. Alright, shall I? Okay, guys. No. It's worth. I like reading what you guys say. Look, I can't pin because it's on mobile. You're lucky. I don't know how to pin messages on OBS. Alright, guys. Let me do a quick poll. Game. We either play Peak with girls and Staffy included, or Claire obscure. Alright, 2 minutes poll. Make your vote count or else you're a stinky poo-poo head. What do you feel like, Nino? I don't mind. Believer, told you what it's like every single night. Alright, it looks like Peak is winning. Guys, what if I make an entrance? Every single night.
Ninunivet BRL Ninunivet BRL Ninunivet BRL SMORC.
La 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 la. What was that sound? I don't know where that was from, but that was cool. Wait. Was that a dono? Wait, oh my god, the same's from the game. I'm an idiot. Down. I'm an idiot. Nino idiot. Nini idiot. Alright, we're gonna do Peak. Oh my god, I did donate. Oh my god, you absolute legend. Guys, thank you so much. You're amazing. Lampy, Natsia, Raptor, Ronox, Bannock, Gecko Neko, Up the York, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. You guys are absolute beasts. He's all beast. Better than Mr. Beast. Okay, I gotta change that number now. Oh. 366. With the girls, yes. I'm gonna play with the girls. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna see. Guys, I'm gonna make an entrance. I'm gonna see if I can make an entrance. If I can just join them. I can. Guys, I just made an entrance. You think they'll notice me?
Oh my god.
Oh, hi, Nina!
Oh my god!
Oh, you're dead
I
already.
see you're dead immediately. She's dead.
That's cool that you could join mid-thing, though. We were trying to scout ahead, and we were gonna go back to the lobby for you.
No. Wait, did you guys hear it on the stream?
No, what'd you say?
Yeah, what? No?
I said I was gonna make
SpongeBob.
Wait, did you see that?
I saw your tweet.
Yeah,
it was beautiful. I liked it immediately.
Yeah, when I saw it, I was like, Fable. Made me think of Fable.
Fable would approve.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do approve.
Visit my stream if you need it over here, Fable.
Look at them with the little legs. Wait,
Here seems to be a good way.
Wait, Staffy, you're dead?
Yeah, I died at the bottom.
Oh no!
We couldn't save her. We tried.
This may be my second death as well.
Let it be known that I survived longer than Staffy this round, okay? I just want that to be recorded.
Right?
It's true.
Nova is still
on this
alive.
Alive?
How is Nova still alive?
In fairness, my first death was trying to save Nova.
Yeah, she's gonna fall down. No, wait. She's dead. There we go. Now this feels normal. One of us.
Way down. Oh my god.
I'm glad I've captured this moment.
Wait, where are you?
Right down here, if you can hear
She's right at the bottom. Oh, she came down too. Are you dead? Is she dead too?
I get no fall damage. Wait, where the fuck am I? Wait, I'm stuck in a little crevice.
Yeah.
Oh no. Wait, I'm coming.
She's just up and left. You're right next door now.
Do you see her?
Where is she?
Her
She's
poor
just in that
little
hole.
body.
She's in that hole behind you where you came from.
Wait, she arrived, she fell, and she died.
I don't see her.
Oh,
there she is.
Yeah.
The hole where I came from, you mean my mother?
Well, could be.
Oh no, she just died! Are you fucking kidding me?
You were so close!
Are you fucking kidding me?
Bro took forever. It took 27 business days.
Excuse you? I was trying to save your ass. You know, I have a little bit of a deja vu.
Actual crazy.
Oh my god, alright, let me try to get back to the top and then get you guys back.
Hi. I captured that on my stream. It's
I'm so glad.
It's a short worthy, yeah. You gotta make a short out of it.
Stream clip that.
I was about to say,
right?
nah, it's fine. So you could never distract me.
Nah, this is not distracting. No.
Oh yeah, Nino, you can get closer by
I know,
using
you kind of
scroll wheel.
distracted me, but it's fine.
Hi,
You'd like to?
hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Easy there.
Hello.
Oh my gosh, are you that famous VTuber from Twitch.tv?
Maybe.
She is, right? She's the deer, and it was a Happy Deer's Day.
Yeah, it was Hug a Deer Day yesterday, and none of you hugged me. You can touch my handlers. Normally I don't really allow it, but I make an exception for you.
We can touch your antlers?
I feel privileged.
You can touch my
antlers.
We can do your antlers. I'm just gonna numb it.
By the way, last round I was also the last one alive.
This is true, actually. Fable finished the last round all by herself.
Dang.
Humble brag, you're playing.
Fable is a gamer.
Oh, you're gonna touch poison stuff.
Wait, did you hear that Fable got interviewed Ninu? Wait, you did?
I did.
For what? What did? What
it was someone who does interviews with VTubers, and he approached me and was like, "Hey, you want to do this?" And I was like, hell yeah.
Oh shit!
Was it in VR chat?
No, it was just on Discord. But it was fun though.
Did you get to swear? Did you get to say funny things?
I was a little bit nervous, to be honest.
The day you mean Demi? Yeah, I saw that clip.
Oh, Demi.
They were doing... Wait, was Demi the interviewer?
No.
Oh, you're nearly there.
Oh shit, she's gonna make it.
Oh.
It's over there, I can see the smoke.
Perfect clip, hell yeah.
Oh, be careful, that's a big hole.
Alright, I'm not gonna
fall
for the hole.
What is that sound?
I think
it's like 40 minutes into it with
That's why I'm
Fable.
talking.
40 minutes? What the hell?
What was it streamed?
No, he just recorded it.
Wow.
Yeah, if you guys want to check that, I posted the link in my program. Was saying you should totally go in there and give it a like and stuff.
Yeah. Is it? Oh my god, it's there already. Oh, click on it now.
Oh my god, Ninu's gonna be alive.
I made it, guys.
He made it.
Yeah, Ninu's gonna join us too.
Oh my god. Oh, I'm alive.
I've done it.
Hello.
Wait.
I spawned hungry.
Oh shit! I know this VTuber. My friend, and she let me touch her antlers.
I lost 2 of them. But we're going back down the mountain.
I had to comment on. I had to comment on the video. I left a comment.
She's commenting on your YouTube interview.
Yeah, I commented on the video. Yeah, I commented on the video. Yeah, I said, oh shit, I know this VTuber, she is my friend, and she let me touch her antlers. Ooh woo. Whee! I'm alive, guys, I'm alive! Where's my marshmallows?
Your marshmallow.
You did not even go away hungry.
I'm gonna go kill myself.
There we go.
Whatever this is.
It's juice.
I'm gonna put stuff in the backpack.
I wanna touch it.
Fable should definitely have the backpack.
You want me to have the backpack?
Yeah, she's the most survivable.
Am I on the fire?
If we cook Ninu,
I'm food.
then, you know, we won't go hungry for a while.
I'm fire!
She's at least like 3 feet of...
I'm on fire now.
Wait.
I'm on fire.
There's roasted clam right there.
Open up Ninu's stream so I can be a viewer in your beautiful garden of bliss.
Madam
My
Safari.
garden.
I think I know what the debuff is that we have. I think it's every time you die.
It's every time you revive, right?
Yeah.
What happens?
We become more useless.
Hello. Hello.
We're getting punished.
Hello.
Hello. How do you become useless?
It's
just
because
me.
when we die, we get a debuff that looks like a little black flame on your. So you have less stamina.
Yeah, I have that too.
Oh. Yeah, every time you're revived, you come back with less stamina.
Alright. Remember, if we find food, we gotta probably take that with us, because there isn't a lot of that to go around.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
Did you eat your marshmallow?
I didn't have a marshmallow.
Oh.
There was no marshmallow for me.
Yeah, probably because you joined late.
Yeah, give me the marshmallows. Why is the world so cruel?
They're trying to nerf you, Ninu.
I'm already nerfed.
Oh, there it is.
Oh no.
Cold.
Hide.
Okay, down here.
I got another rope cannon.
Hey. I knew.
I'll
trying
just
to
hug
push me
you.
through the hole?
No, I was
Are
just
you trying to
hugging
push
you.
me through the...
No, I was just
trying
hugging
to
you.
push me through the hole.
I was just hugging you with your reed.
Nina's joined immediately to cause problem.
Luggage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
also
yeah.
we can use the rope to skip a bunch.
Oh, and there's
Ooh.
also a luggage here. I'm gonna
Nice
go
flower.
look at this.
Oh, it's coming!
Ah! Never mind.
Come here! Hide here!
We need to hurry
Uh,
together for one.
Oh, bye-bye.
Knuckle puddle. Wait, I'm with the others, you knew.
Okay. I'm on the
Are you
tree.
safe over there?
Yeah. I'm gonna go check the luggage you said. Oh, it's up there. What if I'm not strong? What if I'm not powerful enough for this?
Just be careful, Nino. It looks like a kind of big drop.
Don't worry. I'm gonna make a jump for it. Oh. I hear fire. Ah! I died.
I slipped. I broke some bones.
Oh no.
Help!
I want to see it.
Da 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 da. Oh!
She's okay now.
Da da. I don't know what happened.
I think you got too cold. If you get too cold, you pass out, and then you wake up once you're warm again.
Oh, yeah, I passed out. Okay, I didn't even get a chance to finish my line there. I passed out. It's really cold, and I'm hungry.
Get this luggage.
I don't think I can get it. I think I'm too weak. Oh, oh my God! Be careful! No!
Feed to you. There you go.
Thank you. Don't fall down. Be careful. It's very dangerous down there.
Okay. Oh.
You.
I'm okay.
Hello.
Okay.
I'm glad you're
Hello.
okay.
There was trail mix in the suitcase, and I fed it to you.
Thank you for feeding me.
Of course. I'm just hearing a lot of echoes.
Yeah, I don't know how far they are.
You good?
I think I'm good. I
think she's down there.
I'm good. How are you guys? Oh, there you are.
Yes, Nova fed me. I feel much better now. I'm better.
Oh no, it sounds like it's
Oh,
gonna
no.
be a storm again.
Oh no.
I'm gonna put one in your backpack.
Oh my God, there's a Leviathan. They did a Leviathan
Did
stream.
somebody play the Subnautica noise?
Yeah.
Oh, that's perfect. Actually, come here, because I fucked up.
We gotta play Subnautica again.
But that might fix it.
Yeah, we gotta we gotta go home.
I
And you
fired
gotta
the
see
rope
the
cannon.
building.
Boom. Congratulations, you hit the Tangia party goal.
Oh my God!
Nut.
It's Duke Nukem.
Nut.
I'm hiding.
My children.
Down here is okay.
They're nutting on the stream.
Oh my goodness, your stream's going wild.
Yeah, there's lots of cats. Duke Nukem. Duke Nukem shit.
Up here.
With me whip.
Wait.
With me nene. Wait, was that a horse?
That was me.
Oh, that was you?
Nina.
Oh my God, thank you. So kind. They have fed me,
You
guys.
see the rope that I placed up there?
Oh,
It's a
yeah.
little bit shorter than I thought, but we might be able to reach it
my
with the other
God.
one.
Oh no, it's coming again. It's cold.
There we go.
God.
Oh.
Wait, this is okay actually. This little
Okay,
spot
coming to
here.
you.
Just come down like where I'm standing.
That one?
Oh,
Yeah.
I feel better now.
We can do that. Oh wait, where's this? Oh god, oh god.
I figured the rope that came out of the rope cannon would be really long, but it wasn't.
Am I sliding?
Alright.
Yay.
Yeah, if you like place a rope going
Thank
up
you guys for the Tanzio party. Party is fun. And I got to party with my
Like
friends.
stand right under it if you can.
Oh.
It's so weird watching it slither up.
Go
I
further.
think you should be able to make it reach. Just
Oh.
keep scrolling to up it.
Oh.
You're gonna need a lot more than
Okay,
that.
you gotta move a little bit back though.
I can't make
yeah.
it further than. Wait, no, a little bit. I can make it a little bit longer.
Oh my.
Oh, shit, fuck! Oh, wait.
Down we go, down we go.
Oh,
down
this
we go.
side. This side is safe. I think so. Oh no, it's not. Oh.
Rope, are you excited to see me?
Nobody's there.
A little bit of both.
Hello.
I'm gonna go this way. I don't have any supplies, so it's fine.
You want me? I can come with you.
Thank you, I hear that all the time.
I can be there for emotional support.
Oh, thank you.
The fog is rising.
Yeah, this might be useless endeavor.
Come where I'm going, or whatever.
Wait, is there a building over there?
There are other buildings.
I don't know, it kind of looked like it for a moment.
Oh gosh.
Right, remember, ladies, no cave.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Nova hand. Nova hand.
Thank you.
Yes. Your hand. Your hand. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
hand.
Thank you.
You didn't even need my hand.
We got it.
Oh, that's
You
a tree. It wasn't a building. It was a
You
tree.
didn't even need my hand. Aloha. Hello, Mr. Keating.
Oh, there's a cave over there.
Wait, we were
caves
talking about
are
no
evil.
caves.
The caves are
Cave
evil.
bad. Cave bad.
Caves are the devil's work.
Also, there's a load of luggage up there.
Yeah, but cave
That'd be a good
bad.
way to go in case we need food later.
Alright, this is like the
I
worst.
do have my long rope in case we need it.
Oh, if we fall?
And I will catch you if you fall. You'll never
Is that like an Ed Sheeran
Okay,
song?
it goes over. It goes over.
Can we make it over? Oh, we can make it. Oh gosh. That's a cave.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, too high.
Okay.
We can go this way.
Nino,
Yeah?
are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's apple.
You have to grab
I
onto the
see
side. You have to
apple.
grab onto someone's hand.
I
these
was grabbing
edible?
the side.
Are they edible?
Oh,
Orange. Orange edible?
should
I
be.
ate one.
They're winter berries.
Oh, it's edible. I feel much better.
Oh,
That's
wonderful.
what I fed you earlier.
Thank you. It was delicious.
Oh, there's one of those
Thingies over
mushroom
there,
things over there.
The shelf thingy, yeah.
Look at her go. She's so brave. So brave and
Brave and
so
powerful.
strong.
Brave and
Should we go
stupid.
that way over there? Like over there?
Oh, I'm too high. I'm getting blizzard.
Oh,
It looks like there's a lot of like
Unbelievable.
climb possibility like in that direction.
Chopper!
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
they're all here. They're all here. Look, all the girls are here.
The only thing is that it's a little bit unprotected, but
Oh no, what's going on with your knee? Your knee was sideways.
Let's do it.
You're
I fell down a little
flexible.
bit, It's okay.
It's a feature.
I do
Thank
yoga.
you.
Well, I used to do yoga a lot.
Oh. Yoga
Pilates
these
the
nuts.
other
So many
really?
girls, so scary.
I
Oh,
worked on
women
my
scare you
abs.
too.
oh,
Oh man.
10 proof.
I can confirm
I should be
Nova's
more
ass
like
is
you.
good. Thank you.
Oh, well, I did it once and I'm still feeling the pain. Like days later.
Wait, was that your first time?
What? No, I just haven't done it in a while. Okay.
I've not done yoga in a while.
Yeah, it was.
Wait. Ow!
Oh, Fable fell!
I'm gonna try.
I was trying to jump, but it kind of didn't work.
Oh.
Remember the dark blue is supposed to hurt, right?
Oh.
Can you stand on that, Staffy?
I don't know. I'm not willing to try it.
By the power of God and any name, dry.
Oh, she did it!
No, I'm not. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, I'm still feeling the process of dying though. I'm just barely holding on.
If you come to me, if you drop to me, I can grab you. Oh.
Thank you.
Her abs, Belf. I was working on my abs with a bee.
Oh, I thought your ass.
Oh, I thought you said ass.
Yeah.
No, that's for another day. That's for another day. I will do the booty workout.
Wait, do I have anything to heal in my backpack by any chance? Oh.
You gotta jump it. Oh, you can do it. Yeah. No! Be careful!
No, okay.
Get your door.
Give your hand to Shanita.
Thank you.
Should I jump over there or what did I do? Okay, I'm probably more of like.
Oh.
Okay.
This way, Nina.
Okay.
I've got an idea.
Oh god, okay.
Oh. Wait, I can crouch. Get on my head. Use my head. Use my little head.
Can you see the rope?
Yes. I have a problem though. I have a problem. Goodbye, the world.
Wait, are you dying?
Wait, actually, I have else left.
Oh,
You can make it. You can make it.
I have some health.
Oh.
So excited.
Thank you.
No, Nova.
I'm very.
Oh, this is good.
Go ahead. I can try and make it on my own.
No, we can't leave. We can't leave her. We can't leave
I
her
have
there.
anti-gravity rope.
Nova, how far down are you?
I'll go down and help.
Okay, well.
You
Oh,
on
there
top of
she
my
is.
head?
There she is.
Do you see her?
Stop it! She's coming.
Oh, I see her. You can do it, Nova. She's so strong.
She is. Do you need help? Do you need a hand?
Yeah, I might need a hand.
I'm here.
And
Hand. All of think you're dying.
It's dying. Oh no.
Imagine I would have slipped down. Imagine. Right at the edge of a cliff.
You stay down there for a second. You stay there.
Oh, man.
It's getting a little windy. Be careful. Nova, chat believes in you. They said that you can do it. Wait, they believe you can fall to your death. Never mind. Forget it.
Time, hold left click and look at the finger.
Nova can do it. She can do it. Okay.
My hunger is making my stamina bar like 2 seconds. So let's see here.
Oh, Nova, you can do it. Just
grab.
Got it. Okay.
I'm gonna pull you up here too. Oh shit, I can't grab on here. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, do I need to come down for you guys?
Okay, I can do this.
Are you guys okay?
Don't die.
Oh,
Wait,
fuck.
I
I can't believe you've done this.
Did we do the phone call? Oh my god, Belf, we did. You know what we did? We called Billy. We called Billy and we said call back. And then she called us back. And he said, "What do you need?" It was so dumb. It was so funny.
No!
I think she was genuinely worried, guys. She was worried. She was like, she was worried. She's like, hello. And I said, call me back.
We might need help.
Okay, I'm coming. Wait, coming. Okay. Alright. How far down are you guys? Oh, all the way down there.
I'm just here, but I need help. I just need help getting up to the rope.
Okay, hold up.
Wait, should I drop you the anti-gravity rope?
Oh, Nova's dead. She's actually
I'm not gonna be able
dead.
to make it that far.
You can make it. There you go. Oh, you made it. Oh no! Oh, yeah. Take a little break there.
I hope I ran out of stamina.
Okay.
I'm a hero. Look at me.
Yeah. Oh, Nova.
Okay. Does Fable have medical supplies?
Fable, you have medical.
I have a med kit in my backpack.
We're gonna need it.
Oh, okay. Wait, let me wait,
let's get to a flat area. Yeah.
Okay, I need someone to get the.
Can you use it on her while she's on my back?
I'll get it. I'll enter your.
I got it.
Oh, you got it?
Hold on. I'll.
Nova, wake up, please!
Wait, that.
I have an orange. Can I eat this?
Oh,
you saved you.
You saved me. You saved me. Oh my god.
We're all back together.
Thank you.
I ate it.
So much.
I ate it.
It's okay.
I told you Nova could do it. You guys said. Okay, I thought you guys literally said that you guys believe in Nova making it, but instead you guys said we believe in Nova falling to her death. I can't believe it.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
I helped. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
I believed in you.
Use my anti-gravity rope here?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
But where do we go?
Alright.
Just as much as you can, I guess.
Can I stand on here?
Be careful, you're gonna fall.
I can stand on this. Can I stand on this little patch? No, I can't stand on that patch.
Wait, my rope is kind of...
She made it! Wait, don't fall down!
It's real cold up here.
Come back.
Don't fall down!
I'm about to pass out.
Oh no.
No. What?
She's okay. She's in one piece.
I'm okay.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna...
I'm really hungry.
Okay.
Oh, I kinda ate the orange. I ate the
Can't
orange.
I not here?
Oh, you got a nut on the floor.
Yeah.
You got a.
Hold on, I need to do
What
it
are you
again.
giggling at, huh?
You got a nut on the
I
floor.
thought you were wholesome.
It's
My
funny.
wholesome cat girl streamer.
Me? Oh. No.
Yeah, look at the floor and place it.
Alright.
Ow.
Oh,
Lizard is back.
huddle up in the little corner. Oh, don't! It's dangerous. Be careful.
Careful
Don't
of
go
that
there.
hole.
Try to,
Fable,
Don't
that's the hole,
Fable,
that's the
don't
hole.
fall down.
Fable.
Be careful.
Okay.
Be careful of the hole.
Oh my god.
Oh.
No, you knew?
Yeah.
You knew?
Okay.
I'm fine. I'm just
Get out
crouching.
of the hole.
Alright, guys.
Oh, is there safety up there?
Oh, wait, I don't think I can do it.
No.
There's no safety? Oh, I jumped.
You're okay. You're okay.
Oh, Nova. Is it safe
Oh
up
my
there?
god, no one made it.
Nova
Oh my god, no one made it.
Nova.
Nova, you gotta help us.
We might have to grab a Nova.
Are you kidding me?
Don't fall down, Nova. Nova,
No.
No. Maybe we should go that
boy,
way.
here you go again.
Maybe we
I'm
should
too
go that
hungry
way.
and too broken. I can't do
I got
it.
no stamina.
I can't do it.
There you go.
Okay, wait, I'm in the hole. I'm falling.
What? Did he fall?
Oh, yeah,
Fable's in the cabin
Oh
now.
man.
It's okay. Wait, and actually, know if I can come back out. I have no stamina. I have
Oh,
one
no.
third of my stamina. I'm hungry and I'm broken. And,
Here you go, you're fine. Everything is fine.
Thank you.
Maybe we should go
I
that
have
way.
a bit of
A
rope.
tiny little block.
Yeah, we need to try to go the
I
other
bet
way.
Nova can see how little stamina I have right now.
Okay, I guess we gotta try to
gotta-
maybe go this way.
We need to get
somewhere.
food. They need food.
Oh, I can't climb anymore.
I know, it's so hard, yeah.
Here you go. Use my hand.
Help me, Nina.
Grab my hand.
Okay.
I can't actually jump even.
There you go.
No. Oh, thank you. That was as high as I can make it, by the way.
Oh no. Please don't tell me there's a path there.
Oh no, this doesn't look good for us. Wait.
This is the edge of the map too.
Oh.
I still have a little bit of rope. Maybe you can make it, like...
Is there anything below us we can get food from?
I'd rather go down and get food than fall down.
Oh, maybe we can go
Any
down from
luggage
this way.
or anything?
I don't think so.
Dang, it looks rough here. Everywhere looks rough. Oh, maybe if I land on this tree.
Hold up.
No, it's dangerous.
Oh god.
Oh wait, over there.
Wait.
I'm gonna grab a rope from Fable's backpack and try going down.
You guys had to do a barrel roll. I can't do a barrel roll. Are they falling? Wait, they're gonna catch this. I know.
Is it safe oh my god, there's no one made it.
No
Oh my god,
one
no one
made
made
it.
it.
No,
you gotta help us.
Oh,
We might
wait.
have to grab a
Oh my god.
Are you kidding me?
Don't fall down, Nova. I'm hearing double.
Nova, it kills me if I pick Nova up. Oh my god, she's buried! Help!
Oh my god. I gotta look for food. I gotta get them food. They need food. Everybody need food. Oh, there's an apple there. A single apple. God, the hunger is real.
Oh my god, Nina.
I'm here. I see a couple apples here. Oh no. I think it's coming. Winter's coming.
Mr. Kittens and Gibberish asked me,
Oh, this is a
Nina,
bad idea.
can you recite a poem for us?
I'll get you guys
The
these
main
apples.
subject is Nova falling, as if it's a disease that suddenly happens abruptly for no reason. Make a lot of gravity-related puns. Oh, darling, here's
Oh,
a tale
fuck.
of
Oh,
Nova's
fuck.
plight. A sudden fall, like gravity's delight. A force unseen, pulling them down, inertia's kiss, a chaotic crown.
Where am I? Oh, Staffy
Nova's on
fell.
a trip, no time to stall.
I fell.
Like apples that fall, heed gravity's call. In this whimsical dance, there's no complaining. For every rise, there's a crash landing.
Let
So
me
here we
out.
are,
Let me get
caught in
up.
gravity's snare. Nova, our darling, airborne with flair.
Surely,
Work,
I didn't
they
die.
might declare. But oh dear, they forgot
You gotta
to
get
prepare.
up. Oh, I actually might have actually died. Who's alive?
Never giving up.
Hi. Oh, Fable's alive. Look, my apple is there. My little apple. Let me live. It's cold. It's rough.
Hold up, I'm gonna go into the cave.
Oh, can you eat my leg?
I don't think we can eat you guys as much as I want to. No! My friend's all dead again!
Fable, you are
got
always
an
the
apple
last
for
one
it.
surviving.
Hey, you got an apple. Work, hell yeah. I got an apple, but then I
love
fell.
that
Because
Fable
you
is
got
always
windy.
the last one to live.
The fog is rising, I think. Oh, I dropped my heat pack. Oh, that's bad. Okay, doesn't matter. I'm gonna
What's the point of living if all your friends are dead?
I have no stamina. I have no stamina.
Wait, Andy? What?
My hope right now is that I find a luggage or something containing food. It's like the only hope I have right now.
Oh my god.
Or like bandages or anything to aid me. Oh no, the fog is coming. The fog is coming.
You have a rope.
Guys.
You have a rope.
I do have a rope, but...
What the fuck,
be no
Angie? That's
time.
cool.
What did Angie do?
Angie has created a
gonna
matching
match all
donation
donations.
challenge. What the hell? Aggie, don't you have to pay
So that means if
bills?
somebody donates like $100 right now, then you can bankrupt Anya.
Angie, you need to pay rent.
Aggie needs to pay rent. Aggie, you got things to pay for.
Oh, oh shit, there's a luggage up there, but I'm not sure if I can make it up there.
Yeah.
There's a pit on that.
Because I'm talented.
I can't make it to that. I have basically like no stamina.
You have like quadruple the stamina I had when I was carrying.
I'm fine.
Yeah, you
What
can.
the
We can see your
hell?
stamina.
Okay, wait, is it above me? Okay, wait.
I have like 6 months of rent saved.
I have absolutely no doubt you will never make that though.
That's actually really...
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm not gonna
You're
make
dead.
that.
I want to
so
know
dead.
how you did it.
I'm so dead, yeah.
How? How did you do that, sir? Guys, make sure
I'm
you
not
donate.
gonna, I'm sorry, guys.
We were
I'm
doing
sorry.
so good.
What's this?
It's okay. That's the painful blue rock.
Oh, there's a pit on there. You can grab on that, right?
Next to the community and
Useless, but you can grab on
and
it.
a windfall. What's a
goes.
windfall? Oh my god! I got a new outfit. What is this? Happy camper. Receive 5 moral boost from campers. Moral boost? My morals have been boosted? Something lands in the road.
How did I have the highest score?
I don't know.
So many deaths. Oh my god. You had the highest score
my
because you got
God.
above us and then fell all the way fucking down.
Look, I have a Girl Scout
is
cookie
crazy.
uniform.
I'm gonna keep the sailor outfit.
I'm too. I'm just quickly want to check it out. The other thing is better for my.
I like the blue one.
Yeah, I'm gonna change back.
I have a new badge, guys.
Look at
The happy camper.
Ooh,
I got a happy camper too.
beautiful.
What? No
I
way.
got.
Wait, where is it though? Oh, it's on your back.
It's on my back.
What are these numbers?
Oh, that's some new badges.
You can see it on
The
Fable
mirror
here.
makes it look like I haven't done shit.
9. Oh,
Can we see our badges like somewhere on us,
0.
like as in like the passport or something?
I think it's just your
3.
achievement page. I think every
9.
achievement is a badge.
Yeah, like scout girls.
Yeah, it is. All of the achievements say badge on them.
Thank you for the... Oh my god! Oh, look at everybody! There's coming! Wind... Oh my god.
Donuts for charity.
Bruh. I'll get you guys these apples. That's when I fell, when I tried my best.
Suddenly happens abruptly for no reason. Make a lot of gravity-related puns.
Oh my god. I think you guys did that to me.
Oh fuck!
You guys...
Like gravity's delight.
You guys jinxed it.
Force unseen. Pulling them
You
down.
guys jinxed
Inertia's
it.
kiss. A chaotic crown.
Where am I? Oh,
No
Staffy
goes on a
fell.
trip. No time to
Oh,
stall.
I fell.
Like apples that fall.
Excuse me.
In this whimsical dance, there's no complaining. For every rise, there's a crash.
Landy.
Landing.
Frank. Let
So
me
here we
out.
are.
Did you see my comment?
Oh,
Wait, did I hit 500?
Airborne
I'm
with
gonna
flair.
be right on Main Street.
Surely.
What?
I didn't die. I did
Can I
it.
see the dwarf? That's
Oh dear.
I
Oh
gotta get
my
up.
Yeah,
God. I
yeah.
actually
He's
might
gotta
actually
keep
die.
outside for some reason.
Wait, what?
He's very
Oh
shy.
my god. Absolute legends. Thank you guys. You guys are doing good work. Every little counts. every little counts.
Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Okay, can you climb on top of me now, Nova? Can we get like 3 people high?
Oh wait, yeah, that's actually a cool idea.
Crouch.
Maybe that could have. Oh wait, that could have actually.
Yeah, you can
wait,
get 3
wait.
people high, yeah?
Yo, that could have so saved us. That could have probably saved us a couple
We gotta
times.
get good at that. We gotta get good at that.
Oh my god. Well, now we know. Ninu!
Yeah?
Are you ready for an adventure?
I'm always ready for an adventure.
We can make a human tower.
Oh, how do I... Oh, do I just walk on top of you?
You just crouch.
Oh.
If you crouch, you can lift people up on top of you.
Oh, okay.
You can get them, like, stack them high. You just have to stay crouched or they fall off.
Well.
Oh, Nova.
Whoa.
Is it safe?
Oh my god,
no,
no, man.
no,
What's happening?
No,
You're bouncing on each other.
I think it's when one person jumps, it bounces
Are you
everywhere.
I'm jumping. Don't fall down, Nova.
That's an impressive amount of strength if you're at the bottom.
Oh wait, is it when you just jump off of somebody on the bottom? Like if one of you jumps on me? Jump. Jump, Nina, jump.
Yeah.
Nah. Oh, if I stop crouching, I boost you up.
Oh? Do we? Oh, I fell.
Oh, we should have totally
Like if
known
you're on
that
top of
when
me and
we
then I
were
feel like go
in
crouch.
this world.
Okay, you have to
I'm
jump at the same
challenged.
time as I stop crouching.
Oh, I flew somewhere.
You actually get some distance doing that. No, did Nova die? Nova, no.
Nova!
No, I'm here. I'm
Nova!
Here. I was
Okay.
clicking.
Nova
Wait, can
made
you see
it? Bruh,
Wait,
that Nova did not make
You
it.
were thinking, did it
She
hurt?
fell.
Wait, I'm
Nova did
confused.
die a couple times, it's true. But it's okay, we love her for it.
You look adorable.
Guys, how amazing is
She looks
Angie
like a
for
witch
matching the
from my
dono?
Witch Academia.
How amazing?
Absolute Giga Chad.
Yes. Wait. I have to check my account before I gave what I actually wanted to give. Wait, Frankie, what?
Frankie? Frankie, baby.
Frank, what the fuck? Also,
Wait,
I'm
how
not
much
sure if
are
the
you guys
bars
at now?
at a criminal amount. Very
good,
criminal
very good.
amount.
Very good.
You
Where I
guys
check,
wanna
guys?
go?
Of course.
I had to break my ankles.
Oh my god! What the what? You guys are crazy. Oh my god, Frank! Holy shit!
Guys, I had a horrible dream.
Ninu.
You guys are crazy. We are at 836.
Oh my goodness.
What the fuck?
You raised
Oh
almost
my.
a whole 1,000.
Yeah, that's so
crazy.
much. That's like more than my hand. Does the flare keep me warm?
That's more than I can count on my fingers.
Who wants to have the backpack?
Oh, you know what? The
I'm
guidebook
dancing with
actually
the
says
flag.
about the launching thing.
What?
Crouch down, a fellow scout, stand on your head, then jump to give them a boost.
Oh.
I get on top of your head.
Get on me. Sit on my face.
Oh,
Oh! Did they have an action? Oh my god, your
Oh,
flare!
I'm
The
gonna-
flare is in the bag. And now you have
Follow
pink
me.
smoke. Now we will forever know where Fable is.
You will never ever lose me.
Thank you, Fragizoid.
Slipped.
Oh no, you did
You
the slip.
tumbled.
I did that too.
I'm not gonna eat a tomato, guys.
People's not gonna eat tomato.
I'm not gonna eat a tomato.
Is that something
There's a
buried
bag.
here?
Nino, I have something
No,
for you.
we can't get
You
it.
have something for me?
I
There's
just saw that
another one
big
up
dump
there.
there.
Okay, wait, let me get this thing. I found a band. Oh my god! Oh my god, it looks so delicious.
Here you go.
Wait, you give it to me?
Yeah.
You're so kind. Yeah, I'll keep it forever. I'll keep it forever.
Of course.
I'll save this
Yeah.
just for you. If you get
Oh,
hurt.
yeah, I'll need it. I'll need it.
You're gonna do just fine. I believe in you. Unlike Chad.
Ooh, I have something for you.
What, me? Oh my god!
Yeah.
Just all the presents.
Oh my god, really? For me? Guys, do you see this? Oh
There
my
you go.
god! I'm high as fuck! Yeah! Crime! Commit crime! I'm getting this me. This is me.
Oh, look, our hands are touching. Oh.
Yeah, look. Oh, wait, Staffy, where is Staffy?
All the way down there, actually playing the game.
Oh, she's working. She's working real hard, guys. You got free coffee today? How did you get your free coffee? So we can get free coffee for Nova.
Oh yeah, you guys already give me free coffees with all the Starbucks gift cards. I seriously use them all the time.
Aw, look at you.
Oh, that's so lovely.
I know.
Yeah, ow!
Did you fall?
Yes, I hurt myself.
No. Come here.
By the way, the thing arrived for like
The thing?
The nice people give me, and with nice people I mean Franker's Wait.
What is she
Give
saying
me-
right now? I can't decipher.
She got
Give
nice
me
things
a
from
thing.
Frankendoid. Oh, is this important?
It's like it was like a thing that
I
I
just
can
dropped it.
do for hand
You
cam
think it's
streams.
It's a
No,
compass.
just need to
It's a
need
compass,
something that I
and
can
it
actually
does
do.
this magical thing where it points north.
Oh, is it the right
Is
or
none
the
of you
red?
gonna give me a hand?
think
Oh,
it's the
sorry.
Oh, do you need help?
Thank
There you
you.
go.
Staffy!
Abby, I hope we find her in one
disappeared
piece. She's gone somewhere. Staffy?
Stefani?
Oh, we need these, right?
Yeah,
The red
I
ones
might
are.
have one right now.
I have one.
Me too.
Yeah, I will drop this one down. Okay. There's no more. Okay. Who hasn't eaten one? Fable, did you eat one?
I ate one yee.
Okay.
Oh,
Can I
we
put
know
this
she's
in?
dead because her face isn't swirling around in front of us.
Can I put this in your bag?
Well, you can put.
Ow.
Oh wait, I'm not sure if I have space in my bag actually.
I fell over. I think I broke my leg.
Nom nom nom. Are you okay? I have a bandage. Do you need a bandage?
I think I might do need a bandage.
Okay, okay.
Thank you very much.
There we go.
You want
Are you all
this?
better now?
Yes, I feel
I'm not
better.
hungry anymore, so you can
Yeah.
have it if you want.
I'm not hungry yet. You have space in your bag? In your
Oh, yeah, I
pockets?
can take it.
Here you go. Yay!
What's the screen thing?
Oh!
Oh, I found
Oh.
a flare.
Is that a flare?
Yeah, it is a flare.
Where's Fable?
Fable is up here.
I want to know where Staffy went.
Yeah, me too.
But oh hi, there you are.
Staffy, where are
Did you
you?
find Safari? We were so worried.
I've got an idea.
We didn't know where you went.
Okay.
We thought we lost you. Oh my god, wait, Bells? What did Bells? What the fuck? Also, guys, I don't know why the alerts are not working.
That's gonna help at all.
I refreshed it so many times.
I don't think you can. I don't believe so. Oh, wait, how did you get up there?
What the hell?
I've come around all the way from the other side.
Valve is matching for the next donations?
Alright.
What the fuck? Oh my god. There's no way. You guys are crazy. You're so crazy. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. Guys, maybe I'll make a Ninu art thing to enter for the contest.
Guys, I'm not sure if I'm gonna make it this time.
You got to make it.
I believe.
I believe too.
Assert dominance.
I think you got that.
I believe. You know what else is amazing? What else? I assert dominance.
To help the kids.
What do you mean assert dominance?
Shimmy that way.
You could just show me here if you got stamina, yeah.
Oh my god. I feel like I spoke too soon.
I'm here to grab you if you need it.
I feel like I spoke too soon.
Remember, you can boost off of each other's shoulders and then help each other up.
Oh, Fable's so far back.
Where was she?
Because I fell and no one cared.
I'm coming to save you.
You didn't even know.
Sorry. I'm coming to save you now.
Wait, I think Frank just donated again, Nino.
What? What the fuck are you guys doing? What? Angel donated. Oh my god. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Frag! Assert dominance! Oh my god.
Good stuff.
Wait, why does it say triple? What does it say? Belle, did you sign up for something that you didn't know? Fable! No, I'm not gonna leave you! Where are you? I hear you! Did you go to the other side? No, I'm going to you! The fog is rising! No! I'm not leaving without you! We're not leaving without her. I did the match so it said triple while I was already running. You signed up for something that you didn't know, huh? Fable?
I'm still alive.
Hi!
Oh, there you are.
I will save you.
Oh my god, are the others gone?
Yeah, they're going ahead. You're gonna be just
you're
fine.
The only one. You're the only one who believed in me. I will remember
I
this.
always believe in you.
I
always believed in you. I don't know which way is best to go, but I'm sure we can make it to the top. Maybe we can even beat them.
Oh, you know what? That would be delicious, wouldn't it?
Oh! Did
Wait, here, we can share coconut.
Coconutty? Thank you. Oh.
Okay, how long ago
it looks like they've they came back because they got lost. I think they got lost.
At that?
Unbelievable.
Well.
Yeah.
Look who's crawling back.
I can't even call them poopy face anymore. Your mother is gonna be very proud, chat. I mean, our mother.
Do you think we can, you know what, let's not risk it. Or should we? No, let's not.
It might be too dangerous. It's okay, we can take a long...
Present emoji, everyone cause chaos.
Hi!
Everyone cause chaos! Oh my god! Oh my god, when? Wait, What? Oh my god, is that a Nino blanket? Hold up a minute. Are you... Why is it typed like that? Is that a Nino blanket? Don't forget to Nino blanket. Is that Nino blanket, guys? Oh my god, you have
but
to...
I'm joining.
Yes! Guys, a Nino blanket. Nova Nino blanket. I want the blanket. Yes.
Okay, you can do it. You can do it.
Yes, we can do it.
Wouldn't it be so funny if Nova's face just popped up in front of us because she died?
Oh yeah, you don't have to do exclamation. You just join. Yes,
Nothing.
Oh my god. Absolute legend. Thank you.
Oh, of course. Okay, we can walk up here. Nope.
No, we did it.
We are very capable.
Yes. We did it.
Unless you have any medical supplies.
Oh, I have a bandage. Do you need a...
Oh yeah, can you bandage me?
Yes, I can. I'll bandage you.
Thank you. Had some scratches still from the very start.
No. It's okay. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Yapker US legend. Oh my god. Rigged if I don't win. Oh my god.
Are you with Staffy?
Thank you.
Staffy went up to the top.
Okay.
You left Staffy? Just join. No need for exclamation mark. You can win your own giveaway, as I found out the other day. Oh my god, yeah! Shapker, enter your own giveaway. I think kids in Australia lost too many, so anything to help the kids is worth it. Exactly.
We're coming!
Even if it's a penny.
With you!
I have an apple. Where are you two?
Apple?
We're making our way there.
Oh, I see Sable's name.
Hi.
Okay. I have an apple for you.
Oh, be careful! Spikes!
Yeah. Oh,
alright,
feed me.
Which one of you is lower?
Feed.
Nino, take the.
You take
give it to Nino.
You take it.
I want Nino to survive. She saved me. She came for me. I want you to give. Just give me that.
I like the move. She just did the move there. Oh, so funny.
I already fed Ninu.
Yeah, she did feed me.
I wanted to feed you.
Thank you.
Wait, hold up. Did you win? Oh, you won? Oh my god.
Let's
when
go.
you get it, please show it to me. Oh my god. Oh my god.
We're coming.
Gosh, gotta make some more blankets, guys. I'm gonna make some more blankets, right?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh my god, I see you guys.
Thank you.
We're almost there.
Whoa!
We're
don't
gonna
fall
make
from
it.
that distance, okay?
She's dancing.
Hey, if I fall, it's your fault.
It's the wind's fault. Quick, someone play the lullaby. Oh my god, yes. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Go to sleep.
And shit on your face.
No,
Don't wake up. Don't wake up.
Don't wake up.
Because
I'm gonna
Don't wake up,
shit
okay.
on
your face. No, just
Oh no!
Come back here. Go back.
Oh my god.
You will sleep
Very tightly.
There's only 3 again.
I've already got
Wait,
mine,
wait.
it's fine.
Oh, yeah, we all have it. And now we'll shit very quietly. And you will be asleep. I hope that helps you sleep.
Oh my god. We have
Nova said to follow the N with the red
Please don't shoot me.
pointy thing. I have to go that way.
You did do that to me that one time, didn't you?
I still have this, by the way.
If you're gonna penetrate me, I would rather
I'ma keep it safe.
You know, just on there you go. That's what
I kind of want candy in real life.
You want?
Oh, I ate too much candy today. I'm so bad at being on a diet. I swear to God.
It's okay.
I will work out tomorrow. Mark my words.
You're gonna work out?
I'm going to work out.
I will work out with
I have
you.
a medkit and food if you need it, by the way.
Okay, good.
I'll work out with you.
You want to work out with me?
Yeah.
We can go
Wait, guys, this was the way where I could just like walk
yes.
down. You can just walk down over here.
No breaking leg. Oh my god, Belf is like, no you won't, Fable.
Okay,
maybe
What the fuck, Belf?
No, Fable does B-Saber. B-Saber. Oh, no, it's dangerous. Are you okay?
Yeah, but there's a hole here. I'm not sure if I'm gonna make it out.
Babla?
Yeah. Hi, I don't go this way. Don't go this way. Give me a hand. Give me a hand.
Come.
Thank you. Oh, that would have been awful if I got stuck down there.
We're over 50% of the way. Total goal. Oh my god. Guys, you guys are
Someone has manners around here.
Oh my god, there's another giveaway! Oh my god, gifted! Don't forget to Nino Mug! Don't forget to Nino Mug, it's important! Make sure you join, guys. Oh my god, you guys are so crazy!
Nova?
Yeah?
Okay.
Wait,
okay,
guys,
sorry. You were
does
just
the
out of sight. I was
20%
worried
count
you might
towards
have
the
been
giveaway too? I hope it does.
swallowed.
It's fine. I'm fine.
Is that the way? That's the way we go.
That's the way we wash our hands.
Oh, I see Staffy over there.
Why, Staffy?
Hi.
You got this, Ninu.
Yay. My little legs make the way down. Og paying it forward with his own giveaway. Yeah, thank you. Guys, what should be the next merch be? Should it be like an angel Ninu? There was this angel... Angel Ninu... Feet? Feet
Your
Ninu?
feet. Just your feet. Your feet with your face on it.
Jaffnu? Oh my god, Jaffnu would be really good.
Yeah, that would be really good.
Only feet. Socks? Wait, there are socks. There are socks.
There's some berries, guys. Do you need
But is it
berry?
edible? Is it okay
Yeah,
to eat?
it just gave me stamina.
The yellow...
But it's gonna make you sick, I think.
It didn't make me sick yet. Oh.
I grabbed
Gave me
it.
stamina.
Give you stamina? Okay, I'll keep it in the bag. When anyone gets hungry, I give them.
Well, there's luggage, but it was already opened.
I'm up here.
Oh!
Boxer Ninu shorts with the eyes closed at you from the front and back.
Jay, we can actually do that. We actually have an option to make boxer merch.
Oh man.
Right, I haven't looked into it yet, but it's been busy. My parents are flying in today, so I got to...
Think of it, no, but
Yeah,
did you get the contact with that site I sent you? Oh, you got a new site?
Yeah, he sent it the stuff for the dockies.
Reunited and
Oh.
feel so good.
Oh!
Reunited.
Merch. Ducky merch.
Oh, there is a pink
Oh,
berry.
not my little head. Okay. I went through. I think I'm safe.
Wait, I didn't wanna...
I thought that was a dragon, but it was only Staffy. Yay! Fernanda! Oh no! Are you okay? Are you being poisoned?
Yeah, but it's okay. It'll go away. Wait, I won the giveaway!
You won the giveaway?
I won the giveaway!
Wait,
Yay!
both is that way. We have to go that way.
Hold up, I need to claim my prize.
You gotta claim her prize. Hell yeah! Congrats!
Are you okay, Staffy?
Daffy?
Oh, I see what the problem is.
Oh, gas, bad gas. Oh no.
Nina was the one with bad gas.
No, no, I didn't have any eggs. I haven't had eggs in like years.
Thank you, guys.
That's crazy, guys.
You won't want to come to America if you do want any.
You guys don't even have eggs. Oh, this is spicy. No, this no good.
Nobody wants to pay that kind of price.
Sorry, let me read out my address info.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I know
sure
where
you'll
you
find us.
live. I know where you live.
You know where I live too.
Yeah, I know where everyone lives. Wait, where's Fable? Fable!
Present emoji. Really hope Nova wins this one.
Oh my god! Wait, Violet's apron? There's an apron! There's an apron giveaway!
I live in Boomtown.
Shit!
Wait, hold on. I have
That's
to.
not.
I have to join this one. Please.
Violet's apron! Apron, guys! Yeah! Oh my god, yes! Yes. Now I need to get, what do you call those?
I've made a really easy path.
Muffs? Muttons? Mittens?
Oh wait, there's
Here,
berry.
Fable.
Wait, no, that's
Oh,
not
no,
berry.
that's chili, that's bad.
Yeah, I'm not gonna eat that.
Yeah, that
Oh,
burns your
you
butt.
wait for me again, Ninu. I can't believe it.
Made a really easy path.
Yeah, I didn't want to leave you. Nova's somewhere up there. Be careful of the spiky thing.
I will be.
All the energy drinks I found on the way.
We should have rigged it so only Nova won. Thank you.
Guys, can you see the end of this rope?
Hold up.
Oh, hi.
Oh.
I meant the hard way really easy, but you just went the easy way instead.
I think that it was a good effort.
Hand, maybe, possibly hand.
Hand.
Okay, no hand.
No hand.
Here, I give you hand.
I
give you hand.
You gave me a hand, but they didn't
The
give me
others
hand.
just went ahead and left us there.
No! Fable! Let's just keep going.
I just watched that. I watched her explode and then fly up.
I guess we got rescue.
Oh my god! What was there? We didn't even see that thing over there.
Oh my god, it was great from my angle.
Oh, there's a thing there.
Hi.
I think I can get it. Ouch!
Be careful.
I don't know if you'll make it that way. Oh, my.
Okay, I'm gonna try my best to not get scrapped. Oh, kinda looks dangerous actually.
Wait, Nina, are you alive? Wait, Nina's not alive. Can you grab her body?
Ow.
Don't die, Nova!
I had a lollipop too! My lollipop! Chef, congratulations! I slipped.
Yeah?
Hi. Thank you for getting me up. I got my lollipop on my compass.
Oh,
yeah, you good eating. Yeah, Staffy got me up. Thank you, Staffy.
I'm ready for
Give you a hand.
You gave me a hand, but they didn't
The
give me a hand.
others just went ahead and left us there.
Wait, is this the way? Oh no. Not the way.
I've got no stamina now.
Yeah, me too. Oh
Yeah,
god.
no, I actually have only like a little bit of health.
That was so funny.
I don't know how I did that. I don't know how I did that.
Amazing clip. Very beautiful.
Okay.
Oh.
Here first.
What am I doing?
You're spinning.
I just want to get on top of this tree.
Oh.
Made it.
Alright, climb the rope that Staffy says.
Oh wait, I've got medkits. I can just heal myself. I'm stupid.
We're using the rope, Staffy.
I'm stuck.
I can grab you if you get close. Oh man, that was funny. It's raining. It's pouring. Yo man, it's snoring.
Oh my god, I'm so nearly dead.
No! No!
I need help.
Wait, no! Are you dying? I don't have any medicine!
I'm trying to heal myself.
No! Oh god, I gotta save her! I'm coming! I'm stuck! I'm stuck! I found it, okay. I'm gonna save her! How do I... Oh fuck. How do I... Okay.
I'm on my way.
You're up!
Oh,
You're
yeah,
fine!
thank you.
You're fine!
I'm okay. I'm good now. I've got loads of stamina.
Yeah.
I'm here to help. Where are you? Hello. I got you. Hand.
You gotta get stamina first.
Got you, Nino.
It's looking difficult.
No.
I made it. I won the apron, Nidu. Wait, you won the apron? Oh my god. Pay the apron forward. Oh my god. Oh, watch out for the... Oh, I thought there was a ghoul there. Yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
We're gonna make it.
You can go.
Thank you.
Do you want me to boost you over?
You know.
Stand on my bike. Ready to go?
Oh.
Okay.
That worked.
Thank you.
There you go.
Oh.
Just make it to the rope there. It'll be easy.
Oh, where's the rope?
Go follow me.
Just on your right.
Go through here.
Oh.
And it's on this little thing.
It's just there. Nice. It's now canon. Babel?
Okay, back to where we were.
Oh, that's where I wanted to go to get the suitcase. Oh. I see a suitcase there, but I think I'll get hurt if I go there. I can do it. Yay. Oh.
I have I got stuff in case you need it.
Right.
The stuff.
Okay, I just gotta...
Wait, can I stand on this ledge?
You'll make it. Yeah. Nah, yeah, you can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you nearly fell.
Alright, this way, guys.
Thank you.
I'm ready.
Thank you.
I like the little noise it makes when you hold hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the impregnation noise.
Whoa! Be careful, there's a bomb behind you. Bomb no good.
God.
It's okay. I was fine because I grabbed you.
I can jump you.
Boost me, yeah.
Oh, Pablo,
wait.
where are you?
I was boosting
I'm
you.
here.
Oh, hey.
You go
Hi,
on my head.
going... Oh, you guys don't. You don't have to. Wait, no. I mean, you can go here if you want. I think went up the other way the other time, but do any of you guys need food?
I can munch on
Yeah, I can remember food in my backpack.
I have oven. I have this oven. We can cook things.
Oh.
Oh.
Do you want to cook? Do you guys have anything to cook?
Thank you.
I've only got shrimp.
There you go.
Like
Watch out for the fire.
Yeah, I'm just gonna eat that now.
I'm cooking plastic.
Can I cook my
It's
peach
brown.
Oh, it sounds like a good idea.
Alright, I'm gonna cook my energy drink. Cooked energy drink.
Abby came in to see me cooking a plastic water bottle.
Oh no.
That's a bad idea.
Here you go.
Gotta wait for the rain to stop.
Did that work?
Oh.
Okay.
Do you want to go on my head?
No, you go on my head. You go on my big brain. Okay.
No, Ninu.
Thank you.
There we go.
There you go. You wanna go on my head again? No head. I give no head no more.
No, you can give me your head.
Yay.
I would love to
I'll take
receive
head.
it.
If head's being offered.
Whoa!
Yeah, give me
I
my
didn't
head.
even- I didn't even know I was gonna get that head.
It was a surprise head. You knew?
Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
I'm on.
Oh,
be careful of that spiky thing.
Surprise head.
Oh, Nova, you got it.
Hi.
Oh, thank you.
You can make it. Thank you.
Just the two of us.
Wow, you just excluded two of us already.
I was saying just the four of us. I would change the lyrics. Just the four of us. We are four, right? Yeah, we're four.
Oh my God.
Sorry, I have issues counting past two.
Same.
Ooh.
Bandages and trail mix. Who's missing health?
I'm missing like a little bit of health.
My
This
health
is the
super
way.
duper.
Nova said to follow the red triangle that's pointing in.
Oh, thank you.
Well,
There
I
you
don't
go.
know if the
Better.
way out is north. That's just how you tell which way is north.
I actually have a full stamina
Oh.
bar right now.
Ooh, that's good.
Ooh, this looks dangerous.
Actually, can you hand me one of those pitons?
Piton.
Yes.
Piton.
I cooked it.
Incinerated? You cooked it too much. I don't think it even works anymore.
Wait, really?
What?
Yeah, it's broken. You can't use it anymore.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
Ah!
Gas!
I walked into a pipe bomb.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no, your daughter did an
I may
oopsie.
have made a slight error in judgment.
Here, I'll give you a boost if you want.
What is this
Oh,
fucking
you-
book?
you-
can't
you-
use it anymore.
Oh, letting you.
I have ropes,
You're welcome. I gotta get slam in your
Are they
face.
struggling?
Come here.
Nah.
Thank you. Thanks.
There you
Put your
go.
dangly thing away right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was really proud of it.
Show me later.
Lantern, I got the light. The light that will guide
You
us.
are the light. Wait, I still have that anti-gravity thing. In case we need it.
Ooh.
Is that...
Is there a
You
way
want a
up there?
boost? I can give you a boost on my head.
If you've got more stamina than I have, maybe.
Oh no!
Don't
Don't fall.
Wait, I'm just gonna do the regular way.
The old run.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Okay,
boy.
I don't
slave
know
those
if I have
up because
enough
it's hard to
stamina for
do.
this.
Oh, wait, it's
Thank
raining,
you.
it's
Oh
raining, wait.
God! Wait, did someone fall?
I
no.
just let go.
No,
to-
I
just
don't
keep
have
it straight.
Not
stamina.
yet, not yet.
I don't have
Currently in the
stamina.
process. Currently in the
Please.
process.
Oh no! Oh no!
I got
Somebody fell.
somebody. Nova? Wait,
Nova!
how much did Nova fall?
Nova! Wait.
Nova?
Oh boy.
Oh no, she's down. Do we have any medicine?
Pick her up. Can you
We
get
have
her?
a medkit in Fable's pack.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go get it. I'll go get it.
Okay. Just quickly
Oh
check
gosh.
before-
What did I have? Towel.
Hi.
Here
There you
again,
go.
Nova.
You want to go my head?
It's you and me.
And your dangly thing.
Oh no.
I'm not gonna be able to make it up there with Nova.
Oh.
And you've got the
I don't think I
medkit.
can make it anyway, so okay. Nino, take the medkit out of my backpack.
Take it out and throw it to me.
Administer first aid to Nova.
Can you use it on Nova while she's on my back?
No. Can't use it while she's on your back. Come back, Nova. I'm doing CPR. Welcome back.
I'm going back for my backpack.
Thank you so much for letting me snuggle you again, Sappy.
I'm being poisoned by something. I don't know what
It's
it is.
okay, I like it.
Watch me fall again. Okay.
Okay,
Oh
I need to
no.
be down again.
I don't have much
I need to wait
stamina.
until the rain's over.
I don't have much stamina. Nova,
Fine.
can you give
Got
me
a
a
boost?
hand? Oh, you got a boost for me?
Yeah. Oh, gotcha.
Thank you. I'm getting
Oh, good.
poisoned. Ugh. Here you go.
Oh.
You want a boost?
Here, you can get boost on my head.
Thank you. Thank
Oh,
you.
be careful, that's slippery.
Oh gosh.
Ow!
Oh no. I don't have much
Hey, where
stamina,
am I?
guys. Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
no, it's all good. It's all good.
I'm getting poisoned from something. I don't know what it is. I think I'm gonna die.
What? No, don't die, Ninu. Help! Okay, it's okay. I help myself.
I got a fairy!
Do you think you'll be able to grab my hand?
I got a fairy!
Wait. I'm gonna try.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, can you? Wait.
Nina, wait! Are you alive?
Yeah.
Okay, try
Oh.
to come up the rope again, but this time. Oh shit! Go over here where I am
Okay,
right now.
I don't think I have enough stamina for it. Yeah, I don't have stamina. Oh no. Everything is looking bad. I don't think I can make it.
Oh shit! Wait! Oh shit! The fog is coming! The fog is coming!
Yeah, I have bad news.
She didn't even see her fall.
I'm sorry. I found a fairy lantern and then I...
Nova, I need your help. Okay.
I'm on my way. Where are you?
Wait, Nina? Wait, Nova, I'm not gonna. You might have to go the way of
Fable,
the rest
where am
alone.
I?
I'm not sure if I can
Where
hear
my body
you.
is, where my body is.
Wait. Fable, I have a hand for you.
This is you two.
Grab my hand.
Wait, did
oh
you
God.
die too?
We need to
You
move.
got it real quick. It's
Wait.
the fog.
Oh no. Da 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 da.
Okay, we gotta lock in, Fable.
We gotta do this.
Oh man, this is rough. It's cold. Need to reach out real quick.
You're in the fog.
I'm reading. Okay. Wait, which part am I reading?
Go over here.
Wait, there's a dono? Hold up. Wait. Wait a minute.
You okay? Okay. Thank you for not giving up on me, Nova.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, you're well over 1,000 by the looks of
anonymous?
it.
Oh
Who's
no!
anonymous?
Oh no!
Oh, wait, I don't. Yeah.
Oh shit! What?
He's dying.
What happened? Did I do that?
Oh my! What the fuck?
That was glorious.
Wow! She's dead. What the hell?
I'm here. I'm here.
Guys, absolute legends.
Okay, you know what?
Shit.
I
You might
have
want to use your anti-rope cannon, yeah?
Okay, you know
How?
what? I might have to,
What did
should I
you
just
guys...
do that here, somewhere?
Yeah, okay, we're
Anyway,
saving me.
quickly, the fog's gonna get you.
Okay.
Oh my god. You guys are so amazing. What the hell?
Maybe not right below the spiky thing.
There's a spiky boy.
That means
shit.
I'll teach you guys some psychology tomorrow.
Yeah, you're done.
Okay? I'll teach you guys some
You're done, so-
psychology.
We have to encourage Staffy. Come on, we gotta encourage. Otherwise.
And I'll play a
there's no way she'll
painful
make it.
game. Oh my god.
Sorry, I'm a realist.
Oh, hello!
Hello.
When life gives you lemon, you... Oh.
When life gives you coconuts, drop half of it down the chasm.
Yes. Join us.
You could use
One
the
of
rope
us.
cannon.
One of us. Yeah, the rope is just behind you.
Nah, it's over. It's over. You're a ghost now, Fable.
Join us. One of us. Wait, the rope is behind you.
That doesn't go up, it goes down. Why did you do that?
She's doing a dance move. Look at it. Oh my god. Wait. Oh no. Oh no. Is game dead? Is game dying? What's going on? Wait, what? Hello? Wait. What happened? Authenticating? What? What? Game dead? Wait, let me restart it. Guys, you guys are crazy. Look at you guys all smashing that. You guys are just smashing it. That's so... What the hell? Thank you, Lampy, Natsia, Raptor, Brunox, Banok, Gecko Neko, Ugg, Lampy again, Frag is a... Oh, Ninu, I don't know who that is. And Double Frankizoid, Angie as well, holy smokes. And Anonymous. Who's Anonymous? Who's the goofy goober? Oh wait, the game might actually be dead. Game dead. Wait, is there like an update? Am I dead? Am I the problem? Oh wait, that was an update. Wait, no, that was earlier. Hey, go on, join. Is it... Wait. I just joined in. It's loading. Something is happening. Hello? Oh. Hello? 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 Wow. Wait. Guys, I think my game is broken. Voice and head are catching up, Ninu. They are? Nova had issue last time. Now, Ninu. I don't usually have issues. Okay. I'm gonna close it. And then I'll play it again. Let me make sure it's all updated. I need to wee-wee. The Nova curse? She gave me the curse? A song just popped up in my head, and I can't get rid of it. Meow 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 meow. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Oh, okay, that's amazing. Da, 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 da. There you go. This popped in my head. Ah, there we go. It's working now. Now let me make an entrance. I'm gonna go toilet.
Medical systems sound like terrible.
Is.
Whoa, wait, Nino!
Oh my god, isn't you? Ha!
Nino?
Nino?
I think she's AFK. She's not moving on stream, you know?
Oh wait, she's peeing. She's peeing, but her body's here.
Everybody quickly donate to the charity while Nina's not here and she'll be really confused.
Come on, guys.
To the charity
pictures
so
of your
go, 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 go!
Go forth, guys! 666 times!
POV, you're being jumped at a convention.
We're jumping you.
Yeah, I saw that once I was peeing.
No,
I saw you guys.
Peeing. Oh god.
I saw it as you guys were peeing.
I'm on your head.
What is this? Homeless clothes?
Yeah, you have scratches and stuff.
Bruh.
How did you get the homeless clothes?
I don't know. Become homeless.
No. I like seeing my face in the side of your screen. Just like watching you change your identity.
Nah. This is just like me.
Apologies. Let me push her back to where you are in the side of her. Okay, here we go.
I don't know if you guys noticed, by the way, but it looks like they're gonna give you a currency at some point to go to a shop.
Ooh.
Customization!
Yeah, because you see the grayed out shop thing?
Customization! Oh, you're so right!
On the signs, and there's like the locked out thing here.
Oh my god.
Oh, let me in!
I need
Let me in!
stores.
I want to spend money! Irresponsibly,
money.
please!
I wonder if it's gonna be like Phasma where you can buy items before you go in.
That would be interesting, actually.
Oh, yeah. So, I had a weird dream that our plane crashed.
Did we fall down a mountain?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yo, I had the same one.
Yeah,
Oh,
me
dang.
too. And fog was swallowing me whole.
Yeah, it felt like it was a lucid dream.
Nino kept offering to give us head. It was weird.
Yeah, that was great.
But that is totally something I would totally do. We go to McDonald's.
Soldier.
Oh.
Rabbit,
to say you're gonna leave
scout.
us?
What's a rabbit scout?
I was actually kind of.
Oh, you what? You
finished editing my short.
You
how
didn't.
did what? You got a different reward. I've got
What
tadpole
if-
scout.
Guys, Nova wants to leave us.
Can Nova stay longer so she can play with us?
I haven't eaten any food other than
Oh.
Oh my god.
I
I guess we'll have to carry the medical supplies to the top then.
I'm sorry.
But when you finish, then you can come join us
I
again.
just realized what you said.
I gotta leave in an hour and I got.
And then you could join us?
Okay, guess you need to go eat some food then.
I don't know. My parents are gonna be here for a week, and they think that I have everything planned out, but I literally have nothing planned for what we're gonna do for a week.
Oh my god.
Tell them you guys spent it with Ninu.
You know what? Followers his dreams.
Yeah, tell them I'm more important.
Oh my god, cheese tortilla chips with jam.
Ew! Ew!
Wait,
what are you doing?
Wait.
What are you gonna cook for them?
Cheese with jam?
Listen, this is
cheese tortilla with jam?
Yeah.
Well, we like eat it in the Netherlands. We like to eat bread with cheese.
I want tacos.
Cheese and jam.
No, please.
No,
I'm not
we're
gonna
gonna
cook
miss
anything
you.
for them, Abian, but like this is the mother who set fire to a boiling pot of water.
Oh, it's just you have the
They think I'm good at
nice
cooking,
cheesy
okay?
bit.
No.
They think I'm good.
Stop.
I believe
Jump on my
Nova
corpse.
could cook.
That's terrifying.
There's this a rats cooking game, which I can't play because they look ugly.
Food and crazy meals. So I
And
lived.
ratatouille.
We could make it a week with the 3 people who don't know how to cook. All right. I'm gonna go. But I love you all.
Alright. Oh, well, we love you too.
Bye. Bye, Nova. Where is you, Nova? Come back, Nova.
She left.
No, she hasn't left. Stream mobile rival. Oh my god. Make your friends play It Takes Two.
Oh my god, wait a minute.
Hello?
I just saw your screen, Ninu. You unlocked a harder difficulty that has more fall damage.
Yeah. Yeah, but I get rabbit. I get
And you
rabbit.
put it on it?
Yeah, I get a rabbit scout outfit.
Oh, when your rabbit's got off at you.
Yeah.
It's okay, we can do this, right?
Yeah.
And we couldn't even do the normal one.
Okay, but
I don't know how Ninu beat the
you
other one,
forget.
actually, because we didn't get to the top.
We have more medical supplies now.
Yeah.
We can have infinite medical supplies now.
We just have to not fall. Honestly, that marriage needs it. Oh no. Nova.
Goodbye, Nova. We love you.
We love you, Nova. Don't leave us forever, Nova.
I'm going to make you a sandwich, Nova.
It's gonna be jam and cheese.
Make me want to. I'm kind of hungry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you should get yourself some food. But like...
You're not
Real
helping the
food.
stereotypes, though.
I was just gonna... What's the stereotype?
Woman cook food.
Do you not know the old stereotype of get to the kitchen and make me a sandwich?
Oh yeah, right.
Woman food.
See, the thing is that Nova proves that stereotype wrong. You do not want her anywhere near a kitchen.
I'm okay, I can cook.
Later. What is that
You
noise
sound like you've got
just
so much
made?
energy, Fable.
I am absolutely dandy. We're going to climb that mountain, then we're going to climb
He's
the other mountain, then
dandy,
we're going to
guys.
climb the other mountain. I want to see what's after the snow thing.
I've got to assume it's the end, right?
I don't know. But whatever it is, we gotta have to do
one. We have to make it. We gotta do it for
I love how
Nova.
Nina decided to get the grip. Is that again?
Yeah, you like it?
You fool.
I'm kind of into that. It's okay.
Hell yeah.
Frankozoid, the thing is that there is not going to be any food to try. If Nova is cooking, you're not getting any food. You're dying beforehand. That's
I just
the
like
thing.
to point out you're the one who incinerated a piton.
Okay, but
was doing it for
to my
science.
defense,
It was
yeah.
metal and you incinerated it.
to my defense,
Hmm?
I would normally just bolt away real fast, but I can't walk that fast, so I'm just having to be quiet now.
Now you have to face your problems, yeah.
No, why is
Oh,
this
you
so
know you got to
real?
explain your actions.
When will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences?
Oh my god, Lampy, I misread that.
You've never seen Fable
Staffy,
piss.
you've never seen Fable's piss.
Oh wait, I read as piss as well. That's crazy. I read as piss as well.
Yeah, I can send you pictures if you want.
You can see. Oh, geez.
Hey, look, I'm a freak, but I don't need to see your piss.
Oh my god,
Good.
this candy!
Okay, maybe a little bit.
Oh my god, wait,
This
you
candy!
want this?
Oh wait.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's juice too. Wait. There's.
Well, yeah, I will make pretty good cakes
I've
and pie
kidnapped Bing
and...
Bong. You'll do what I
Yeah,
say.
put this in your bag.
What? No, please.
put-
We can talk about this, alright?
Yeah,
We
I
can
put
talk
this
about
stuff
this.
in
Bing Bong if you want to see him again. You'll
Duolingo
bake me a
boy.
pie.
Okay, I'll make you a pie.
Is it gonna be from
Well,
that
your
book?
bag's full now.
Is it gonna be from the book?
You've got Girl Scout cookies in there.
What did you say, Ninu?
Is it gonna be from the
That's
book?
right. I'll take good care of Bing Bong until I throw him off the top.
I'm gonna make cake for everyone.
Oh my god, can it be red velvet?
Man, I love cake.
I can make you red velvet cake.
Yeah.
That sounds so unenthusiastic.
No, I mean, yay! I meant it. I meant it. I meant it. I don't know if this is the way, by the way. Does it look different to you?
You're leading the way now, Nina. You're the one who's put us on this difficulty.
Oh, just don't fall.
Tonight
Just
will
don't
be
fall.
the
Okay,
night
got
that
it.
I will fall for you.
Over again.
again.
You make me meow.
I'll make your favorite cake, Nino. Yay, I guess, right?
Hey, what's here? Oh, there's a hole there.
I would make cake for all of you. If you could come and eat it, I would absolutely love that because then I could make more cake because the only reason I'm not baking as much as I want to because, well, first of all, ingredients are expensive. Second of all, I can't eat all of these cake by myself. I mean, I could, but I shouldn't.
Yeah, there's nobody to eat it. That's usually the issue.
Yeah.
Parkour.
Hey, Nino.
Yeah.
You're beautiful.
You're beautiful.
Me?
Yes, you. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the hand.
Oh, got a boost.
Oh.
Got a head.
Unexpected head.
I'm a pro now. I can goose triple everywhere. I give head anytime I see it. Who's ready to make the gap?
Oh!
Oh, Nina wasn't.
I wasn't ready. She's gonna fall and die. Wait, did she make it?
I made it, actually, to your information.
Are you ready?
Thank you.
There we go.
No, don't fall.
Oh, ooh.
There we go. Wait,
I
we
got
need to probably move that way over there. Yeah, so we don't go too far to the side. Tonight will be the night that I will fall for you.
Over
Why is Bing Bong so heavy?
Because he's full of love.
Yes.
And protein. Okay, I'm just gonna...
Protein? So we tried cooking him.
We should absolutely eat him.
Okay.
I saw that Fable. You never fell.
What? What? No, I didn't.
Thank you.
Do I look purple to you?
Oh my god!
See, I gotta keep things interesting.
Yeah, that's why I fell before, and then nobody watched me fall, and I just died silently and alone, and nobody realized I was gone.
Oh no, it is so sad.
It's kind of how I expected to go, honestly.
No. Oh. I thought you made it up there, Neither. That's the only reason I kind of,
No.
I'm not falling, it's okay. It's
Over here,
okay.
over here, over here, over here. Come this way, come this way.
Okay.
Okay, we got it. We're doing it. We're
doing it.
We're gonna speed run this.
We're gonna do this for Nova.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're doing it for Nova. We just got enough for
you.
I'll do it for you.
Have you ever actually had the original song from that?
I did not.
I did not know there was a
I didn't
song.
know there was one.
The original song is actually really sad and beautiful.
Aww.
I'll do it for you. Do we have to climb this?
Did you jump from here or did you go up there?
I jumped from there. It was a bit risky.
Okay, catch me, guys. Catch me, guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh my god, you fucking cleared me.
I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you. You guys are doing great. Nova said we're doing great.
Thank you, Nova. We're making you proud.
In memory
And we still
of
got our medical
Nova.
supplies.
Do we even have medical supplies?
No.
We don't need them.
I'll do it for you.
Okay, everyone's here.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh my god.
Thank you. Whoa.
Why?
It's so easy when you bounce somebody up.
Yeah. We're doing it for you, Nova.
Everyone's still alive?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Careful, there's
dang.
spiky stuff up here in case you go the same way.
Oh. Which side is it on? Oh, okay, I thought I see it. Oh, okay. I'll do it for you. Let me do it for you. Let me do it for you.
Okay,
You made it.
I'm not climbing, so I'm good. It just looks like you're trying to push me down there.
No, I was... Oh, there's a spiky thing here.
Ah, this is the same way I came before.
Ooh.
Oh.
We're following in your footsteps. Oh, there's a box over here. Let me open that up. Antidote and airline food.
Oh my goodness. Is it real chicken? Thank you.
It's airline food, it's never real chicken. There's one there for you if you need it.
No meat. I'll do it for you. Oh my god, I like the cute frog sticker.
Oh, I see the fire, guys.
I see fire. Oh my god, same brain. Yeah, I see fire. Meow meow meow.
And I see fire.
Meow. Meow 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 meow.
Oh, in short, and I see fire.
Meow meow meow. Fable karaoke, yes. Can you do more, Fable?
You remember me.
She actually has a really pretty voice.
She does. Fable can actually sing.
I'm not singing.
She's just doing. Oh.
And that would be useful.
Scroll!
Oh, I have some.
Oh my god! Dead diary. Bad news.
Ooh,
the
Pandora's
ship captain
lunchbox.
made an oopsie. An oopsie on this mysterious island. Thankfully, mysterious islands are my speciality. With our whole troop working together, we'll reach the top of the peak and signal for help in no time. In the meantime,
It's okay, I know how to make
take
space.
this opportunity to
It's
add
time to
some
sacrifice being wrong.
additional pages to my
Throw
famous
him.
guidebook, Scoutmaster
I'm gonna throw him
Meyer.
once we've done this.
Wait, who's Scoutmaster Meyer?
Maybe he's at the
He's the
top
guy
and
who
waiting
wrote the
for
book
us.
at the beginning.
Oh, I can cook this. Wait, oh, wait.
Right, it's a goodbye, Bing Bong.
Oh, wait, where's my
Goodbye,
marshmallow?
Bing Bong.
Oh,
Where's
there
my
he goes.
marshmallow? Oh, here. You gotta cook it. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna eat
Oh,
it.
is he more fables?
And then
I
I'm
was
gonna-
not singing! I mean, I guess, technically, but not really. Well, yes, but
Sing
actually,
for me,
no.
Fable.
I can't.
Yeah,
I
Fable.
can't sing in front of people.
You were
I bet
singing
the
so
paper-
nice.
I wasn't actually,
forage. Ying forage, please.
If you're saying you weren't actually singing, then that means you've actually sung and you know you can.
5,000 totally. Totally.
Do you
guys have any space in your bags?
I do not, actually.
You have
but I think...
Oh, okay, hold up. I got some things. Okay. Antidote. And...
What the fuck?
I will
Nini,
say,
why did
this
you cook
was...
the page?
This was the
do you need
most
to read it?
authentic singing I've done thus far. I will say that.
Can you
It was so
sing?
nice. Keep it up.
Yes. We're doing so well, guys. We're doing it for Fable. In memories of Fable. No, in memories of Nova. Sorry, not Fable. But we can do it in memories of Fable too.
In memory of Fable.
In memory of Fable. You want me to die? Is that
No, no.
We
Yeah,
need somebody to
just told me to kill myself.
You can join Nova if you want, though. We're doing it in the memories of Nova. Whee! I'm not wearing any shoes.
That's good, keep that up.
Keep
it up and see what it gets you.
You fat grandma.
You like my feet? You like it?
You know I do.
Look at it. Look at it. Look at my toes.
I'm loving those.
Thank you.
Feet
that
is out in the
pineapple?
open.
Is that
See the
pineapple?
pineapple? I think
Come on.
is it a coconut?
Aye.
And the coconut
Yes.
nut is a big nut.
There's
I
a
don't
ton
know.
of
It's a
coconuts up here,
yellow
actually.
kingberry. Is that edible?
I'm not.
No,
I don't think.
so.
I think this one poisons you. If you find a purple one, that one's good.
Okay, I eat it.
Here, look, if you want some food.
Oh,
Thank you for the
coconutty.
food.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
I've got tons, look.
Oh wow.
Oh,
You really do have ton. Oh Jesus Christ.
I ate it.
I ate it.
It's so heavy. The coconuts are designed, I think, to be so heavy you can't carry them.
No, I see. Oh hey, look, over there is Bing Bong.
Bing Bong?
What his name was?
Oh,
Bing,
wait,
Bing Bang.
how
Bing
did he
Bong.
get here?
Over there.
He went pretty damn far.
Yeah, he was tossed.
I
here.
sacrificed him.
From where did you sacrifice him?
From the campfire.
Yeah, all the way up from there.
Moral support.
Everywhere I
That's
go,
so
I see
lewd. Fatesy out in the open. What do you mean? It's not bad.
Okay, we can do this. We are seasoned professionals at this point.
Professionals.
Professionals.
I wouldn't call myself a professional at anything.
Also, none of us have died yet.
You just jinxed that right now.
I probably did, didn't I?
No, Bing Bong!
You just tried to kill me with Bing Bong!
No, I'm taking it with us. No!
Wait, where are you guys?
Oh no, somebody. Oh no. Which way do we go?
I'm okay.
Oh no.
Do you guys need a hand?
Yeah.
Oh wait, let me come back. Are you here? Oh.
Thank you.
Here you go. Where's Staffy?
Daffy?
I got launched.
Oh, there's
there you
a
are.
hornet there.
You don't touch it. Don't play with the hornets.
Oh, yes!
No, why did you touch it?
I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Oh hey, antidote.
Oh yeah, we do have antidote.
Oh, I'm not sure if you should say.
It's fine. It'll go away on its own soon.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Okay, there's like nothing over here, so we.
Hello world. Table.
That is a pretty good path, actually.
Thank you. It's dangerous.
You almost launched me into the spiky stuff.
Sorry.
Fable, this way.
Fable, where are you?
Over here. It's blue.
Is that a big nut? Oh no, it's not a big nut. I'm in the water.
Give me your hand. I want to touch you.
Watch out for the explodey thing there.
I like that.
Don't go there. Be careful of there.
I'm gonna try my best.
Ooh.
Oh my god, I may have overestimated how good this way was.
Yeah.
No!
Oh!
I mean, no! Come back!
Are you guys okay? Are you okay?
Are you guys okay? I made it back to the top.
Okay.
Are you guys okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Staffy?
I'm just trying to go that way.
I ate from my Pandora's box.
You know where
Nice.
are you?
Hi.
I can come down. Hold up.
Okay, let's see. Maybe over here we can get up easier.
Ugh. Okay.
This is the edge, right?
Oh shoot, it might be. Yeah. Maybe we can get over there before it's too far out of reach.
I see Ninu.
Hello. I'm making my way to you guys.
I think you can get over this way, Ninu.
Is it dangerous over there?
Go down there, like down this way. And then you go across to your right.
Just quickly check if we can.
You can just walk up. Up here.
Oh.
There's something over here that we can probably follow up. Why is it coming?
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you.
Look around, look around.
My little legs. I have short legs.
My little legs. I got little legs.
Yeah, they waddle around.
I don't know where Fable went now.
Fable?
Oh, is she through here?
She's inside. She's the one with the mountain. Wait, did I? Oh my god, guys. Oh no. Is the fog bad? Is it like liquid gas?
The fog will freeze you to death.
I made it.
Maybe.
Thank you. Are we going to the light?
I've always been told you're not supposed to go into the light.
Oh.
Hey.
Why are you making it so hard on yourself, Fable?
Oh yeah, right. I can do that. I forgot about that. My apologies.
This way.
Yeah, thank you.
You made it.
Oh, Jesus.
No! Gosh.
Are you okay, Nina?
Yeah. Just gotta make a crush. The bad thingy. Thank you.
I don't know if this is a better place to be, honestly.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of spiky stuff around here.
Be careful.
Hi, you can get up here. You can get up here.
Oh.
Whoa! Oh!
Did I push anyone? Okay.
Did you climb from here?
Are you gonna be able to make it in here?
Wait,
I think so.
maybe over here.
Thank you. Oh.
Okay, we can make it over here.
Stand on my head. There you go.
Thank you.
Go along on the sides and you guys can make it here. I'm gonna reach out in case you need it. You can rest down there. It's okay. Okay, you can rest down there.
You're fine.
Oh, I thought it was darkness.
You thought it was over for you, yeah?
Yeah.
It's all over.
I need my bunny. Oh God!
Be careful of that thing. Don't touch that thing.
Yeah, that thing not good, guys.
Oh.
Oh God!
Oh, it's danger in here. Careful, it's slippy.
Oh.
Oh
thank
man!
You. Oh, Jesus Christ!
It's
Slip
dangerous.
down here, so I can rest.
Whoa! I'm good. I'm fine.
Right, I think it's time to eat my marshmallow.
Oh, you put it in your bag? Smart.
I saved it for
Oh my
hard
God!
times.
Daza! Holy smokes! Thank you. And Valve. Holy smokes, guys! It's crazy. The hell? Guys, we have until Sunday.
Like, do you guys see my hand?
If I believe hard enough, I can do it.
I'll launch you up. Nina.
I can do it. Thank you.
Get on my head. There you
go. Alright, there we go. Just gotta make it over there. Yeah, some head might have been useful for that.
Oh.
But it's okay, we can make it.
Maybe all three of us shouldn't be climbing at once.
Hey. Oh, watch out for the gooey there.
Yeah.
The goop.
This doesn't seem like a very good way to go.
Oh yeah,
careful, this one launches you.
No! Fable!
It's okay, I'm here.
Are you alive? Are you in one piece?
I'm alive. Go on without me.
No!
I'm coming to help you.
Wait, you don't have to. It's okay, I'm not that far off, I think.
Ooh.
Daffy? Daffy? Okay. So then we're gonna leave me all on my own? I'm not sure this is a path.
There you are. I'm here.
Maybe.
Where are we going? Come down.
Are you okay, Nina?
I don't know.
Oh no.
Which way is down? Ah! Oh gosh, goodbye world. Ah! Goodbye world.
Ninu?
There you go, we're almost back.
Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
I'm down here. Oh no, nya 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 nya. Nya 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 nya. Nya 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 nya. Nya nya. Nya. Nya 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 nya. Nya 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 nya. Nya 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 nya. Nya. I'm gone. Hello?
Oh, Nina, you're alive!
Oh you're alive!
Yeah!
Oh, you're a ghost. We're just hearing you.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not. Oh, no. I don't know if this is where we should be going.
I don't think that's a wise place
it seems
to
like
go.
a bad idea.
It was a bad idea. That's the way I went.
Okay, this way.
Why are we singing sad sings while looking up dead miniskirt? Oh! Oops, I didn't even notice. You gotta
there's
live.
also not really much over here. Okay.
Oh! Wait, let me see it.
Can you make it back?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
No, boy.
Oh, be careful of the goop. Oh.
Yeah, I might bump into those again, but we'll see.
There's more goop there.
Let's not do that
be
if
careful.
we can avoid it.
Yeah. I tried to go down
I think
there.
I want to go down here a little bit.
That's where I slipped and fell from. Be careful!
It's okay.
You made it! You made it!
We're making it. More or less.
Oh, yeah, I think that's a good way to go. Oh, watch out! Goop, 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 goop!
Watch out, watch out,
Be
watch out,
careful! Be careful. Oh no, you're gonna fall down! Watch out for the goop!
Oh wait, I gotta recover, I think.
Yeah,
okay.
Recover. You gotta go to the sides.
Okay, we might be doing
that's gonna be difficult. Have you got a pitonzo?
I
Hold
don't.
on.
I do?
I've stolen it. I've stolen it.
Okay, okay.
Piton! Piton!
Use the
Piton!
rest.
Oh my god. That's just crazy.
Oh, boy,
shit.
that's gonna be difficult to make.
Hey, Adel.
Jump to me.
You saved me. Oh, and there's a thing over here.
Belv, Daza,
That was very
Anonymous,
close. I ran out of stamina too. I had to use my extra reserve from the marshmallow.
Lampy,
Yeah.
Gecko
It's hard. It's so difficult. Okay, we got some bandages.
Oh, are you hungry? We've got the figments.
Thank you.
Oh, I also have some
raw
alien
uncooked
food. Let me...
piton. Yeah, it's uncooked.
Yeah, let me feed you some.
Piton. Uncooked.
Oh, it's okay. I
piton.
have. Okay.
Yeah.
It's why we're getting out. We'll be fine.
Okay.
Dang.
I think we can get out there, maybe.
Should we go on this thing over here?
Guys are crazy. I slammed my penis in the car door.
You slammed your penis
out for
in
your
the car
penis.
door.
I slammed
Is
my
that how
penis
you
in the
died,
car
Neener?
door. Yeah. I did it multiple times. It wasn't once. You think that I would learn?
Thank you.
Oh, this goop.
No, I don't think anyone thinks that.
Oh, watch out! There's
But
another
that's why
goop
we
there.
love you.
Be careful! There's a goop there.
Oh, no.
Be careful! The
I'm not
goop.
gonna walk into it. I'm avoiding it.
I saw you fly.
There's still so far to go. Oh, there's some luggage here.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god,
Oh,
we just
I recognize this.
Yeah, you can make it from there.
I recognize this place. It's not that much
Bounce.
further.
Parkour. Oh,
Okay.
there's a lot of suitcases there, and there's a hornet.
Yeah, you gotta be careful
The
of the
mountain
How
is
about
definitely
red
hot
rat
for
earlier
sure.
and-
Let's get this shit.
Watch out for a
oh,
goop.
nothing.
Watch out for goop. Be careful the
Energy
goop.
drink. Alright, that's the speed one. I'm stupid.
Hey, there's a hornet
Oh,
there.
chain launcher, 2 of them.
Chain launcher. Oh my goodness.
I got a chain launcher too.
Alright, let me just...
Okay, we can use those then.
Make sure you eat and make sure you save everything. Hey, you should get the honey thingy.
Oh, I should get the honey?
Yeah, get the honey. Get
I
the
think
honey.
die.
You think you'll die?
I don't want to risk it.
Oh!
I don't know if this is gonna be a good idea.
Oh!
That is so cool. Is it taking too much stamina?
Yeah, it's
Oh, you can take
it takes
breaks though.
stamina, so we're gonna have to rest here.
Yeah. Ooh, that's cool.
You're
How they even got into the... we did! We got to the snow part. Oh man. You got
we
this.
actually made it pretty far on the snow thing.
Yeah. They're gonna make it. Oh!
I'm not
Oh no,
You're
I'm
gonna make it,
glitching
you can
there.
make it. Okay, there's no goop there, you're safe. I see no goop. But watch for your little head.
Well, that chain launcher was a good way to skip a bunch.
Yeah, that was very good.
We might want to use one of the other ones as well.
Yeah, I got
They have
two
a
of them
lot
in
of
my
distance, but
backpack.
we need to make sure there's like rest points.
Yeah.
Maybe we should get this stuff actually.
Watch out for the goop.
I'm sorry we
That
couldn't
goop.
save you, Ninu.
It's okay. I saw you fly.
It's pretty funny.
There's a lollipop.
Okay,
And bandages. You hat?
A little lollipop.
A little bit, yeah.
You hat, Fable? Here you go.
He
Oh, thank
scratched
you.
the
Let me wrap
knees.
this around you.
There's another one up there.
Right, let me boost you up here.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
Maybe not in the rain, actually.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I made it.
Oh, watch out for the goop.
Careful.
Watch out for the goop. Watch out for the goop.
Okay, let me see. Sports
Oi there.
drink. Careful,
Watch out for
there's
the
goop
goop.
over there.
Just drink it, just drink it.
Okay.
Maybe we should like chain our way up to like the top of this tree or something, or past it.
I think you guys can make it. You
Can
guys
you
can
take a
make
thing
it.
off my backpack?
Hold on, have you got it? Yeah, hold on, let's see.
Oh, wow. That was a good shot.
It goes really
Hit
far.
me with your best shot.
Why are you pinching me? Meow meow.
Take a rest, yeah.
Okay.
Meow meow. Thank you for the. Oh my god. I get pinched and patted at the same time. What about sandwich?
Oh my god, there's a mystic
thank
chest thing here.
Ooh.
It takes health when you open it though.
Ooh, what is it?
Anti-rope spool.
I'll carry that, I guess.
Oh, no! No!
Oh Jesus! Oh God! Oh God! Oh
You
God!
have
Oh God!
you have antidote.
It's okay.
I
It's
do have-
okay. We'll be fine.
You could drink it. Drink a little bit.
I don't have that much. It's
Oh.
okay. It's okay.
Wait.
Oh wait! I should probably.
Oh, Staffy might need the antidote.
Oh, do you need the antidote?
That'll be fine. That'll be fine.
Are you sure? You guys are kind of close.
Oh no!
Oh,
That
yeah,
hurt me a lot.
Oh God!
Do you want me to
should
give
do
you
it
the
again.
antidote?
I don't need the antidote anymore.
Oh.
Yeah,
Ah, there you go. I'm better now. I'm better now.
That's what happens with Pandora's box.
Paku Bunny.
Paku
You
Bunny,
never
hi
know
Clown.
what you're gonna get.
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
Ooh. Ooh. Watch out for this spiky thing.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. Ooh. Don't be careful.
Okay, we're doing it.
There's a lot of spiky things there. I believe in you guys.
We're gonna get you back, Nino.
They're doing it. Oh no! No! No!
Oh, I hit the spike. Ugh.
Be careful of the spike.
I helped you up
Oh,
at least.
Oh no! You gotta rest.
I need to rest.
You gotta rest your little
Okay,
legs.
okay, I'm gonna wait here so I can lend you a hand.
Look at them go.
I got little legs.
You can do it. With the lollipop.
gotta make it-
time.
We gotta make it past the mountain.
Sugar
the
rush.
snow.
Oh, crouch,
ow.
crouch. Spiky.
Oh, we're almost at the top.
I just realized the sugar rush is infinite stamina.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And then it
Wait,
mixes.
I'm not sure. I should probably wait. I think.
And then
wait,
I'm
okay.
falling asleep, yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, you have no stamina whatsoever now. You have to
We're
wait.
nearly there, look.
Oh my god, the smoke.
Oh my god.
The smoke is there.
We're about to do it.
Yes. Oh,
I just need to stop being sleepy and poisoned.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, do you want me to? I mean, I
You
can
need a
always give you
boost.
the antidote.
She
Ah, yeah.
needs
Is it
that
in your
boost.
backpack? No,
Oh,
it's
I
not.
have it here. I can feed it to you.
Luck, luck. Oh, he's gone. Nice.
I always wanted to be given a drink by a VTuber. Yeah, you've healed me fully, thank you.
Okay.
Getting over it with Fable and Staffy.
Oh, I just got a badge for high altitude.
Oh, hell yeah.
Climb 5,000 meters total.
Oh yeah, I did that too.
I got that. How did I get that before you?
Because you went up real far.
And then I fell.
That's maybe why you unlocked the higher difficulty.
Oh.
I just remembered we're on the higher difficulty here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. Oh, we're doing so well.
Yeah.
Probably not gonna make it past this snowy thing, but I mean, at least not with that attitude. Alright, no, we can make it past that snowy thing. Isn't that right,
make
Nina?
it. Yes.
We've still got a chain launcher. We can ace the snowy thing.
Oh, hell
my God.
yeah.
We can do it if we BAQ it.
The chain launcher is like super good. Alright, let's get Nina back right here.
Really good.
Believe in yourself, Fable. Yes.
Nina, be ready to fall from the sky.
I'm gonna fall from the sky?
I think it's wherever your ghost
fall
is.
from the sky.
Okay.
Damn girl, you're an angel.
Wah! Hello?
Darling.
Hello,
Hi.
world?
You're my darling.
It's me!
Oh, we got another chain launcher.
Yeah.
Yo.
Hello.
I've got a spot in my backpack.
Oh my god, I got a bag. I got a bag.
You got a bag? No, all of us have bags.
Motivation.
Yay. Marshmallow. Can I bread my
I'm gonna
marshmallow?
save my marshmallow.
Oh, I already ate it. I should have probably done that, but I ate it.
Red box right there.
Ooh. Alright, Ninu.
Yes.
The time has come.
Waddle, waddle.
Then you waddle away. Waddle, waddle.
I wish I could slide. Oh, gosh, sorry.
Right?
Yeah.
Till the very next day. Bum, 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 bum,
Bum, bum, bum.
A duck walked up to a lemonade stand.
Meow, 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 meow.
Who said to the man running the stand? Hey, bop, bop, bop. Got any grapes?
Nee.
The man said, no, we just sell lemonade.
See,
but
you're
it's
singing.
cool and I mean, I was
like
singing
it's
that,
my
like,
favorite song. She's singing my favorite song. You wanna know my other favorite song?
Is it the juice box thing?
Yeah!
Yeah, I know you.
The juice box.
hungry?
Yeah.
No,
Ninu, come
I-
here. Thank you.
We should definitely take some of those with us
Oh,
if we
there's
can.
there's a suitcase
Gotta
there.
stock up on food whenever we can.
Oh, I forgot. It's getting windy.
Oh yeah,
Nina's
right.
also like empty right now.
Yeah. Ninu, let us fill you.
Yeah!
Nina, I want to fill you up.
Yeah! Oh my god, look! Another one! Oh no.
Careful, Ninu.
Hiding. Hide. Oh!
Come here and let me show you.
Ah! Ah! I'm gonna fall asleep. It's cold. It's cold. It's cold.
It's okay.
Okay.
Gone.
Okay, it's fine. I got it.
Climb up with the bag. No, the bag.
Your bag? Is your bag okay?
Nina, do you need a heat pack?
I'm a little cold, but I think I'll be fine.
Can I throw the berry up to somebody? I'm full.
Oh yeah.
Nina, catch.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
It's getting windy again.
Oh.
Oh, now I'm gonna fall here. I'm gonna fall next to you guys.
Nina's gonna go
Yeah,
hungry.
come here.
I got another one.
Thank you.
No. Oh, I saved you.
My marshmallow. My juice. Can you put my marshmallow in my bag? Oh wait, maybe I should carry it. I'll carry the marshmallow.
Yeah, you should carry that just in case
Oh,
you need it.
did you guys get the grappling thingy?
No, I fed you the berry.
I had a grappling thingy. I think it fell.
Oh, I got that. I've got it on me. I've got it on me.
Yay.
Okay, great.
Where's the mountain?
There's more bags. There is another bag over there, and there's
The
one
mountain.
over
Wait,
there.
that's backwards, right? Wait, which way
No,
is
that's
the
forwards.
Oh. You
I think we're gonna
looking
go
funky.
Grab
Oh,
a
there's
thing
tons of
from
bags
here.
here. Oh, there's more food here, Nina.
Oh. Oh, there's more berries here. Parkour.
And some airline.
Got it. Nom 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 nom.
Oh, pitong.
Oh no.
I'm coming, guys.
Ah!
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Oh, it's coming from this way. Am I just in a perfect spot where I'm not getting frozen? Bayball? Daffy?
I'm good,
Yeah.
I'm good. I had to hide.
Are you okay, Fable?
I have some food here.
I got food too here.
Do you have space in your backpack?
Yeah. I'm coming.
I need to put that. Alright, there we go.
Yay.
That is a good spot right here.
Okay.
I'll buy me.
There's a
Also, check these
gremlin in
boxes, I
in
left
that
food in
tree. Okay. You don't have to go me out like that. I was getting food.
Pack.
Ooh.
It's a good spot here. It's nice and sheltered to climb up.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's getting windy.
Ooh, let's sit that
Oh,
out.
down hidden. Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh wait. Oh, Jesus.
No,
Oh, there's a hole. There's a hole. There's a hole.
I wanted to join you.
I think I've seen that movie. He had to eat his own hand.
Oh
Did he actually eat his own hand, or did he like use a rock
I
and
thought
just
so.
destroyed his arm?
Oh, there's more fruit up there.
I can't remember.
But Nova's back with food. She believes in us.
Stock up. I need your backpack.
Okay.
There we go.
I'll put it in
I'll
my
just
bag.
Eat that one.
Oh, there's a suitcase right there.
We're doing so good right now. I'm so full on stuff.
I'm gonna eat this one.
Okay. Alright, I think we're good. I think we can continue.
Yeah! Music.
File off the bunga shit.
Alright, you can do it, Ninu.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it for Nova.
For Nova.
For Nova. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I might try to make
Hey,
that
this is
myself
like a
someday.
good
Oh,
path
chicken
to
tikka
climb.
masala. Oh, that smells very delicious. Oh, it's windy.
Hey, wait a minute.
Whoa.
Wait a minute.
We got all the way?
Oh.
We can nearly get all the way up there.
Oh, great.
Oh.
Does this break if
Oh, you're gonna need a lot of stamina though.
Oh, wow. I'm not even... Okay,
It's a chain, it'll be fine.
I can make it, right? I can make it. I can make it.
Ninu, do you need an energy drink to make it?
I think I'll be fine. I think I'll just be fine.
You made it, you made it.
Yeah, I make it.
You made it. Well, yeah, it seems like a good path. Kind of. We just need to figure out where to go next.
We might want to go that way.
Yeah, we need to
so we can
find
stay sheltered.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks very
Should we go
dark.
the long way?
Oh boy.
Or maybe it's this way better.
Yeah, I think we should go the long way.
No! No!
Oh boy, down we go.
No, Staffy! Are you okay?
I'm good, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good.
Okay, you can hide here. Yeah.
Just hiding from the window.
Yeah. Fable?
Oh, Fable's just there on the other side.
Yeah, I'm over here.
Okay. Oh, is it safe to go that way?
Seems like it, yeah.
Oh, there's one of those shrooms over here. Quickly gonna get that.
Rooms? Oh, that one.
Do you have space to carry it?
Oh. Oh,
No.
it fell.
You did not have space to carry that, no.
I completely forgot.
I made the same mistake earlier, that's why I asked. There's more food over here we can nom on so we can save our supplies.
If you have stuff in your bag, like in your pocket, you can put it in my bag. I got some space, I think.
Oh.
Or did you
Maybe I'll
fill me up?
Put the antidote in there.
Yeah. So you have at least a slot.
The heat pack. Oh my god.
I'm hungry.
Oh, I'm hungry.
Oh, windy,
Oh.
windy, windy.
Oh, no! No!
Thank you. Nino,
No!
just keep on climbing. Get over here to us.
I'm coming!
No, we're such a good team.
We're doing it. We gotta do it
We're
for
doing it.
Nova. We're doing it for Nova. In Nova's memory. She is very missed.
We can escape the island. Oh,
She's with the
Nova.
mountain now.
We're doing it for you.
Do it for you.
Okay, I see why this is supposed to be so hard. We're gonna have to go, like, underneath the cliff face to get up.
Oh.
Oh boy, down we go.
Oh.
No!
Over here, Nina.
Hello.
Hi.
I like your badges. They're very nice.
Yo, thank you. I like you too.
I got a shelf fungus.
Coconut,
Oh, that's good.
korma, or bust. Wait, what is that?
I also still have
Ooh.
another chain thing in case we need it. Which is also to say
I
if
hope
I
we
die...
can save that until
Yeah.
we can actually, like, desperately need it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, hope it doesn't get too windy. Oh, whoa. You guys are inside of each other.
Oh no,
Thank you.
this
I
is
know,
bad.
I've been wanting that for a while.
Oh, no.
Oh. Get down here, down here, down here.
It's still not,
Okay, we
Oh,
stay.
okay, back.
It's gonna be gone. You're gonna be gone. I have a heat pack in my bag.
It's okay here.
Oh, I might
Oh,
need
it's
to
gone.
need that heat pack.
Okay, can get it out.
Oh wait, how do I... Okay.
I'm actually thinking we might want to use the chain launcher now.
Okay. Like,
Well, where are we going?
wait, I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna put it in Nino's bag and you can
I've
use
got
it.
another one actually. You had a
Oh.
backpack.
Oh, okay. Fuck, in that case. We have a backup now in Nino's backpack.
Yeah.
Man, I'm trying to get the range. Ah,
This is gonna be
I'm trying
real
not to get
hard.
us too far away from the cliff face because we'll fall.
Yeah. What about somewhere in there? Are we supposed to go? Are we supposed to go? Oh, gosh.
Ooh, down we go.
Down, down, down.
Nah, maybe this isn't the spot to use it.
Nina?
Yeah?
No, we have two.
I just got weak.
Fuck it.
Thank you. I'm gonna
You're
eat my
welcome.
marshmallow. Okay. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh wait, am I still? Oh, yeah. Take a little rest. And then...
Oh, is that? Ow! Oh, this is good. This is... Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. What the fuck is this thing?
I touched an ice berry thing and now it's, all I see is white again. I need a moment.
There's a nap berry and it was sending me to sleep.
Oh no. So we shouldn't eat it?
I'm gonna be a guinea pig. Let me get to a safe spot.
Hi.
I'm gonna be a guinea pig. I'm gonna eat this berry. It was glowing and making me fall asleep.
Oh, okay.
I think it looks fun.
Oh no.
But you're not gonna... Oh.
Oh wait, she's just taking a nap, I think. Give us a sign.
Do you need to carry you? Wait.
Wait, I'm coming down.
Do we have anything that... Wait.
Oh, she's awake.
You're alive again?
Okay.
Okay.
It completely fills your hunger, but it also makes you go sleepy by you.
Okay,
Oh.
here, I'm gonna put
Wait,
your
why can't I
marshmallow
put
back
it
in there.
Oh
wait, is that my
that's
backpack?
your backpack.
That's your backpack, yeah. Hey, well.
So I now have a full bar of sleepy time.
Oh. Sleepy time
Chloroform
good?
berry.
I like sleepy. Oh, there's another one there. Oh, no. It's
Oh,
cold.
careful, because being near it makes you fall asleep, yeah?
Oh, okay. I'm close to it. Can I take it?
I see a place to use the chain launcher.
Ah! There's a geyser. Oh man, it looks very...
I see a really good place to use the chain launcher.
Oh! Wait! You... Come here!
Wait, I'm gonna... Wait just a moment. Okay.
Yeah, you just gotta push through it. You gotta push through it.
Oh god, oh god. Oh god.
Okay, if we can get up here, we'll be okay.
Oh, there's a... Oh. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it does seem like a good place for the chain launcher. Do you have it?
I do, I stole it off Bean already.
Okay.
Okay. You make it.
I'll make it. Alright.
There's another
This is a dangerous
thingy there.
chain.
That is a dangerous chain.
There is a piton right here though you can rest on.
Wait, where?
How do I get off of it?
Oh, there.
Alright, now I go.
Okay, maybe you rest on it first.
Wait.
I'm trying, no!
Did he grab it?
I got it, just barely.
Ah!
I just got another
No!
Nina?
No, Nina,
Where am I? I'm burning.
Wait, did the...
the piton broke.
Oh no, this is bad. Oh, this is bad.
Oh no. You guys
This
gotta...
is real bad.
No! Are you okay? You okay?
I'm good. I just got like
No! There's Sleepy there. Sleepy there. Do you want to sleep? You want to go to sleep? Oh no. She's... Uh-oh. Oh no. Do you have any medicine?
Oh, I'm gonna have nap time now.
Oh god, okay. Damn. There's no... Wait, can I feed her? Would she come back? Feed her? Fable? Staffy? Wait, Fable! I gotta check Staffy's bag.
I'm okay.
Oh, you don't have any medicine?
It got all my health back.
Do I give her the food?
Do you have a sleepy berry?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I can feed a sleepy berry.
Give her a sleepy berry.
Yeah. Okay. Sleep well, Fable. I'm gonna carry until she wakes up.
She should get up in a second. Just hold on to her until then. Where's my bike? Which one's mine?
I don't know. I don't think I had a lot of things.
Oh, she's back! You guys saved me.
Okay.
We did it!
Is this one your back?
Okay, that was a terrible chain.
I think... Yeah.
We're gonna have to do this another way.
Wait, let me put that there. And then, you have my bag. I'll carry yours. It's okay.
We're gonna have to move quick. The fog's gonna be coming up soon.
Okay.
Was your nap good?
I'm glad I was the guinea pig for the nap. Very... It gives you full health and full hunger. It just sends you to sleep for a bit.
Yeah. Oh. You want a boost?
I lost my marking log somewhere.
Thank you. Ooh.
I don't know if this is a good spot.
I have a lantern in my bag.
This is not a good spot to go.
Oh no.
Maybe the lantern will show us that there's something down there. I'm gonna throw the lantern down and see.
Oh.
It's really far down. Let's not go that way.
Okay.
Oh, no.
And we have to head back before the fog comes up.
Do we have another?
What's in my backpack? Just an antidote. Okay.
There's
What's inside mine?
There.
Do I have anything good?
We can get up that way with the pitons, actually.
Yeah.
Just don't rest too long on the piton because it breaks.
Oh, that's no good.
It's not doing anything.
Is...
Yeah, so press E on it.
No!
No!
Baby boy, are you alive?
You're okay. You're okay. She's not okay.
Baby boy. Baby boy.
I've
Wake up!
I've got her off of the cold. We're leaving that backpack, I'm sorry.
Is there anything good in the backpack?
It was empty.
Okay. Oh no. Fable, wake up, Fable.
Nina, are you here?
Yeah? Wait, where are you? Did you fall?
Fable's heavy.
Okay, hold up. Let me drop my bag here. And then... don't fall. Wait. Let me eat this first.
No!
Wait,
I decided to give up.
No!
I'm too heavy, you guys going without me.
No! No!
You left your backpack though.
Your bag is down there.
Just had an antidote in it, it will be fine.
Oh man.
We're gonna have to go that way. We're just gonna have to use the beacon instead of looking at it.
Beacon. Oh man. Oh, that way?
I couldn't rest on it for some reason.
Okay, the old ones are the ones that start to crack.
Look at Staffy go.
I've got nothing to help me here.
Oh no, oh no,
Oh man.
Oh my god.
You can do it.
You couldn't. She's doing it.
Now what?
Okay, I'm okay. That's good. That's good.
Is there a place to go from there?
I haven't really formulated much of a plan from this point onwards.
Are you gonna jump?
It's looking like it.
No!
Wait,
Where are you trying to jump to?
If you go to your left, I think. Like if you go that path, kind of, maybe you can make it to the other side somehow.
Oh,
way.
Like over there?
Yeah, like.
Oh, your little toes are freezing.
No, this is a terrible idea.
No! Staffy? Ah!
Oh, this is a bad spot to be in.
Staffy! Is she awake?
Nope.
Am I all on my own?
You can do it, Ninu.
I can't do it.
Maybe go out of the thing and try to find another way real quick before the fog comes up. Do it for the bunny costume.
This world is so cruel.
Oh, the fog is starting to come, Ninu. You need to hurry.
Okay, there's a little gap here.
I can't believe we fell for the cave trap again.
Yeah, we should never go into the cave ever again.
It looks so difficult outside though. Ah, from when you knew the chain launcher would have been so good. Oh, she's gone.
I almost slipped.
No, she doesn't.
Okay, okay.
Okay, you can make it, Nino, you can make it.
Safety! Okay. Oh my god.
We believe in you.
We believe in you, Nina.
I don't believe in me!
You love this. Eat your airline food. You don't want to die with it.
Oh yeah.
Well, you died with it.
Wait, I'm eating it.
Eat it.
I ate it.
Oh, you might have saved yourself.
Oh my god. I did. Wait, what else do I have in my bag? Antidote. Does it help me?
I don't think so.
I think it's just extra weight at this point. You might as well drop it.
What? Oh my god.
That way, yeah.
You need to find some health or some food or something.
Yeah.
A nap berry would be so good right now.
Oh man.
Nino needs a good fucking nap.
Yeah, my bones are broken. Eek. Oh boy. This is not looking good.
It's one word alley, actually. It would have still been fine.
Oh,
the fog's
is coming.
Hey,
don't
hey,
let's
watch
see
this!
here.
Watch this! Whee!
No, Nino!
Wait! I'm still alive!
Oh,
I'm not anymore.
Oh, Nino.
I joined them. Oh no. Nya 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 nya. Nya nya nya. Nya nya nya. No, where's my bunny hat? Where's my bunny hat? I didn't get the bunny hat. I didn't get it.
Oh my god, I got a weeb headband.
Yeah, I got that too. Why you didn't get the bunny outfit? Scout.
Can I Naruto run now?
Are you Naruto running? Sing me, sing for the sing for the last
You were taken aback for a second.
Oh,
yeah, I was like, no.
Whoa,
you have so much aura.
Whoa, you have actual Naruto run. I have a different band. I'm this one.
Yeah, I have that one too.
Oh.
I got the Naruto one because I climbed 50 meters upwards without touching the ground, apparently.
Oh, wow. Skills.
Well, I think I
No, that's the chain that got us killed.
You gotta stop.
It's 2 a.m. and I shouldn't. I shouldn't.
Only 2 a.m.
It's only 2.
Only 2. That means you have 3 more fingers left. That means...
I mean...
No, babe, we only have 4.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You have 2 more. You have 2 more runs in you.
I don't think that's how that works.
Well.
Alright, you know what? I'm gonna have one more try.
Wait, what? Really?
Oh my god. Are you sure? That's like actually like an hour plus.
I didn't mean to force you. I didn't mean to force you.
You can like play marble rattles or something, you know?
Yeah.
It's okay. We can do it one more time. One more time.
God.
Oh my god, you're crazy.
I have to do it. I have to do good for her. We're gonna do it. Now you guys can get bunny hat too.
Can we get a donation for Fable?
We are. Oh wait, I did it again. I did it again. Now you have to make it. No, one more 4-hour run in memory of Fable.
Finally. Obamnium.
Obamnia.
Bing bong, I'm gonna toss you into the ocean.
That calm piece.
No, your beloved trumpet.
That fucking trombone is hard to throw.
Oh, cool. I have gloves on. I have shoes on this time too. Ooh. Yay!
Ow. Would break my phone.
Take this with me. Where's the fun in playing fair? Coconut and drink it all up. Put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up. You put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up. Shoot, yes. Echo! You put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up. You see me? You got a what?
I got a coconut for you.
Poke?
I want to give you my nut.
Want to give me a knife?
Let me give you my nut.
Your nut?
Yes.
Okay. Where are you? Oh, I found a rope and a piton.
I have enough nut
Look,
for everyone.
all this stuff. You got all this stuff. Oh, that's so kind of you.
Yoink.
Yeah, can I put this in your bag?
Of course.
Oh, did I put it in your bag?
Oh no, did you?
I think so. Yeah, I did. You got 2. I gave you 2 of them.
Okay.
I got your other half.
You're my other half.
You hungry? You hungry?
I just ate it. Give it to Staffy.
Where's Staffy gone? Oh,
Up
Staffy's
there.
up there.
Oh my god, another rope launcher? Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of ropes. Maybe this time we get the rabbit scout.
This time we will not get into the cave.
We
will never ever get into the cave.
But what if the cave is calling?
Then maybe.
Okay.
Oh,
Enter the cave.
I dropped a rope launcher there now.
Oh.
Yeah, I dropped it, my bad.
Oh no.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh no.
And we also got a piton.
Piton.
Wait, I do.
Piton.
More rope.
I made a rope here that will help us skip a bunch.
Oh. Wow, wait. Did he jump from here? Ah! Okay, that didn't work. Okay, I'm just gonna climb.
Good night, Death Master.
Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Don't let the Ninus bite.
Thank you. Oh.
Thank you.
Oh no.
And you got the other rope launcher?
Wait, there's another rope?
I got a rope launcher.
Yeah, can you aim it like there-ish?
Yeah.
Ah!
Nino!
Nino!
I don't know, I slipped. It's very dangerous.
This is gonna be difficult.
This looks very dangerous.
I like a good challenge. I take that bag. Wait. Oh wait. Oh Jesus Christ!
Sorry.
You
Wait, are you falling down? Give hand. Oh, okay. Okay, wait a minute. Oh, my Ollie. Oh, wake up, Fable. Wake up, Fable. Oh. Fable, wake up. Wake up, Fable. Fable, wake up. Fable, wake up.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
No! Nah! Please, no! No! Oh my god! They left me in this world! Okay, I'm gonna veto this. Wake up! Wake up! Oh, I drank that. Wait, did I drink that? Oh, rope. Okay, hold up. Wait! Wake up! You guys wake up! Ah! No! No!
There was no saving me. I had 100% health missing.
Oh no, what about Fable?
You can
she be saying 100?
Fable needs a little bit of food and she'll get up.
Fable, wake up!
Not Fable's dead too.
Bruh.
I told you this would happen.
Guys, how did you
this
die?
This cannot be real. How did
you guys die?
I don't
What am I gonna do now? What am I gonna do now?
Climb to the top, Nina.
That's a mistake.
Bring us back.
Yeah, man. I'm not gonna make it.
Not with that attitude.
I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it.
You can do it.
I can't do it. I can't. Wait. Did I just go a long way? Are those mushrooms okay?
I may have made a mistake in my judgment on what we could do. And I was very desperate to get to that rope.
This one?
No, the other one. The other one's actually really dangerous.
Oh, that one. Oh. Okay, so I shouldn't go that way. Are these edible?
Does anyone want to find out?
I ate it. Oh, okay. Seems fine. Hello? Anyone home? Anyone home?
No.
Hello? Oh, cool.
Hello, open up. I would like to tell you Amazon Prime.
I can't believe you guys left me in this world all alone.
It's not on purpose. It's just because we're stupid.
Yeah.
I
but
am
don't call me
very
out like that.
challenged.
Oh, you can do it. See, you're carrying us this time.
No, I didn't know what I'm doing. I don't know if I should go that way or that way. Oh man. Oh man. Which way do I go?
Near. Far.
Wherever you are, or believe that
yet my heart will
go on. Hello? Why is it foggy here?
It's
Is it
because
safe?
you're getting towards the edge of the map.
Oh, okay, so no safe.
You're here. There's
Okay, that's a bad idea.
here. Now you can make that theoretically, I think.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, potato.
Potato.
Yes. Potato. Potato. If that thing can make it, then I can make it too.
Yeah, look at you.
That's brave.
That's the spirit.
Oh,
Limestone, hump! Stop! No, don't stop humping!
You just lost to a tomato.
I did, but I grabbed it.
That was a fucking tomato.
Yay!
That was a crispy berry. Same thing, right? No,
Oh, wow,
Are you trying
I'm
to kill yourself?
Yeah!
Oh my god.
I'm going in here. Nobody's gonna stop me.
I think the game's about to stop you.
Nothing can
Can't
stop
believe
me.
we died on the first thing. Like, I just...
Wait, what's here?
Ninu's dying even lower down than we did.
Oh. Piton. Piton. I see nothing. Piton.
There's nothing I feel.
What? I wanna get there. Okay. What's in my way? Wait, it's actually a wall, I think. Yeah. Wait, how do I kill myself?
What?
You open the door. Yeah, where's my bag? Oh, look, it's a rope.
It sounds beautiful through the Xbox mic.
I got a rope. Oh, wait. Okay, it is a wall. Oh, hold up. I see something.
Wait, how are you not dead yet?
I don't know.
I think it just removes your stamina, like, periodically.
I have no stamina left.
Yeah, you have like nothing.
I see you. I'm following the ghost of you.
I had like half of that when I was carrying Nova on that first one.
Oh no.
No. Oh no.
This is not favorite singing. I mean, I was just doing meme thing. I was doing wow, you know?
Wow.
Famous last words.
No, I'm still alive. I'm still here.
I'm just saying, if we die here, I'm gonna do one more because that is sad.
I'm trying to die. I'm trying to. Oh wait. Oh wait. He's still way. Ain't no way.
We're supposed to be climbing, not cave diving.
Ooh! I made it out. I don't know where I am.
Let's take you. Can I get to the top now?
Oh shit! Wait, I could. Or I could. Whee! What the fuck? Whee! Wait, what?
Can I get at this anywhere?
Wait, I can't kill myself? Okay, hold up.
Are you like all the way down again?
Yeah. Do you see my health?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah. At this point, go in the water.
Yeah. Take
Go
me
in the
water. Take me. Take me. Okay, I hear a wolf.
Take me home.
I don't think it's gonna kill you. I think you either need to starve or you need to.
Wait. I found poison.
You need to
wait,
find
I'm gonna
something
starve.
to
I'm gonna starve. I'm getting dizzy. Dizzy. Yeah. Ghost gang. Ghost gang. What? -1? How? How -1? How?
I get an award for patheticness.
Meter died at -1 meter.
That is amazing.
I know what happened.
What happened?
I wasn't wearing my lucky helmet.
Oh, were you wearing the Naruto?
My complete outfit either. Naruto. There you go. Ooh.
Naruto.
Oh wait.
So I can reverse Goomba Stomp.
I'm going to make it to the top.
You are?
I am. Watch me.
I believe in us.
Right?
Do a parkour. Do a parkour. Parkour.
I've done it.
We did it. No,
do you think they think we're monkeys?
Long lives the king.
Look at the logo. Look at the logo, guys. You see it? He's got funny mouth and goofy eyes.
Why are you climbing the glass? Get down, you fucking gremlin.
Ding dang, walla bing bang. Ding ding, walla bing bang. I'm falling. Oh,
there's another plane over there. I wonder who's taking that one.
We should maybe take the other plane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We each get a
maybe
plane.
That one won't crash.
One of my biggest nightmares is being in a plane crash.
Do you guys also get the rabbit reward?
We don't have that unlocked, so I don't know.
Does it not show up for you guys?
No, we only have the one.
Would it work if I do it then?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I bought us a ticket.
You know as much as we do.
I bought the ticket. Hardcore parkour. Can you hurt yourself from fall damage in the airport? No, not in the airport.
Parkour.
If anyone can do it, it's Nova.
That's true. It's juice. Wanna take the bag? Wanna carry the bag?
I can carry the bag.
Yeah.
Alright, let's do this yet again.
I slipped.
No,
Did you fall on a jellyfish? You did.
Yeah.
I want to touch the jellyfish. Pat, pat,
Touch
pat.
the jellyfish.
Ah!
You did it too.
I'm sorry, I pushed you onto it. Oh no.
Oh, bandage.
I keep falling.
Are you still falling?
Not anymore, just 3 times.
Oh no. You're gonna be fine.
Thing I've done in a while.
Oh, granola bar. And there's Piton here.
A Piton?
Yeah. I need your bag though. I'm coming to your bag.
What are you putting the piton?
Yeah, put the do you want to carry the Piton? Here you go. I can put the other
I'll
stuff.
carry the piton.
Here you go. I put stuff in your bag.
They're very nice.
Obviously, I
pitons.
make great choices with pitons on the roads.
Yeah, I trust you. We need a Piton.
Okay, this time we're gonna do it.
We're gonna do it. We have to do it for Nova.
This time, we're gonna make it at least 5 meters.
Yes, not -1.
I'm sure you'll beat your skill this time.
I can do it. It can get minus 0.5. Guys like my bounce there?
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow.
Oi there. Oi there. Wait, are you guys following me?
That's the energetic sounds I was waiting for.
You guys just... Oh, look, big one. Big heal bag. First aid kit.
Bandages.
Big.
Yeah, I'm gonna need your bag, Fable. I have no space. Okay, wait, I'm gonna throw it to you.
Alright.
Catch!
Oh,
you tasted it!
What a
I got it.
Yay. Thank y'all. What is that pin message? Have we
Ooh,
passed
we got a
that
rope
threshold?
down.
We have! We passed
We got a
that
whole bunch of stuff.
threshold.
Wait, let me...
No, did
My backpack here. I'll put this
We
in
snackies!
here.
You have more space.
I'm gonna put this
carry
in
I
here.
gotta carry those actually. If I eat the granola, oh no man.
Oh, I ate the granola so I could carry it.
I was about to do the same, so it doesn't matter.
Those things are very dangerous.
Alright, maybe we'll try to go somewhere over there.
Oh, I meant the jelly thing.
Alright.
Wanna go there?
I'm not leading the way this time. I led us to disaster last time.
You led us to adventure.
It was fun.
That's one way of saying it, I guess. Nina's going this way.
Oh, I'm just going a safer route.
Well, there's a pond and
We probably all need a
Oh.
safer route.
Wait. Is this safe? This looks safe, right? Wait, why does it... We've been here, right?
I think I went that way before. You see where that case is?
Yeah. I think that's the way we went, right? And then... died. Okay. Fable's going this other way.
Yeah, here's stuff to hold on to. Like there's little
Ouch.
things.
Okay, I go this way. Is that an oiler? Or is that just... Oh. Oh, it wobbled! It wobbled. Okay.
Wobble wobble.
Wobble wobble. Double trouble. Oh, I don't think this is a wise idea, guys. I don't think this is a wise idea. Really? Oh, this is bad. This is bad. God. God. That's what I get for doing that. Oh fuck. Oh nosies. Oh, I have this. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Ba 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 ba. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Na 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 na.
Are you okay, Nina?
Oh, yeah. That was a safer way, guys. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Wait. Oh, this is. Oh, that is the way we went. Where are you, Fable?
I'm above you, I think.
You're above me? Do you have a rope?
I think you're on the same height.
Wait, I can just go this way. I can rest here.
Don't worry about what happened.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Yeah, hiya.
Hi, you.
There's some nom here. I'm gonna go get some apples. Delicious apples. I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
You're on your way.
Yeah. Through the valleys and the do. Ooh, what is this? Oh! I got a blowgun.
Jump scare.
Oh, hello.
I blew something. Is it meant to blow friends?
I can't make that.
No.
Okay. All good.
I think I saved you before that.
Oh, thank you, Judith.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Oh, hiya.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Ninu.
Hello.
Oh, it's real bad stuff.
Real bad.
Oh my god.
Oh no, this isn't good.
Oh no.
You're gonna need help if you come up here.
Yeah. I have hunger and I have.
Do you have a rope you can
You
grab
have
me?
food?
Ninu, do you have a rope in my backpack?
Yeah. You want just rope?
Can you throw the rope to me?
Yes. Oh. I grabbed
Try
it.
again.
Okay. Alright, you ready?
No.
Okay.
Now I'm ready. Oh, you need to throw it harder.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is too low. Oh!
That.
Oh, it fell down.
I
It fell
can get
down. It fell down.
It's not that far down, right?
I'm gonna try it.
Can you make it to me over here? I think I can grab you here.
Where are you, rope? Rope?
Can you make it to me here, Fable?
Where the fuck did it go? Rope. Where are you, rope? Ooh, this. Yeah.
I think she went down to the road.
Yeah, I couldn't get it. I don't. Oh, I found it. Ooh. I want to go over there. You guys keep going.
I was gonna go towards the other side there.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Okay. Not on my way. Okay. Oh, here. Okay. Oh! That's the way I'm supposed to go. Then where do I go?
No, Nina's going the other way. Go there.
This way? I'm on my way. I made it. I'm on my way. Should I go to the suitcase? I feel like I'm higher now, so maybe I should just keep going up. Aha. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah? Where are you guys?
I think we're...
Oh yeah, you guys above me.
Way above you.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. No food. Oh, I do have food. I'm gonna be fine. I'm on my... Oh.
Come back, come back, come back, come back. No, I thought you fell. I think we might have to go down to go up if we go that way.
Oh,
that's
oh, this spiky.
I thought you could land on the tree.
Ooh, snake. Snake. I hear him.
Oh, that does not sound good. Are you getting it?
Are you guys down? They must be above me, right?
Oh
no. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Wait, I think they blow me now. Da 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 da. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Wait, where are they? Scan your shrooms. Mushroom can be a valuable source of nutrition when they bet you a chest. A murder can kill it. Or is a way to tell the poisonous apart. Oh, there's just one example. Okay, thank you. The one with the cross is bad. Ones with dots, no bad. Okay. Ooh, trippy. Hello? Are you guys below me? I'm at the top. Ba-ba-da. It's okay. I believe in you guys. Yeah. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh wait. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Do you need help?
Oh, we're almost there.
Okay. Wouldn't it be funny if I fell? Oh, hi. Hello.
Don't let the demons win, Nino. You're on your way.
You're actually in pretty
I'm
good
on
shape.
my way.
We've done it.
There was pictures of mushrooms.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Mushroom.
Mushrooms. Yay.
Perfect.
I'll press this button now.
Do it.
Yeah.
Oh!
What'd you get?
Yo, wait.
Oh,
Jesus
wait, it's
Christ.
doing
That gives
something.
me infinite stamina while you're doing that.
Oh!
Yo,
there's a
that
limit.
is so cool.
There's a limit.
Okay, maybe save it then. Save it.
Fable's struggling to climb up.
Yay, my legs are weak.
Did I give you infinite?
You did.
Yay. Okay, there's only a bit
I keep
left.
getting like pulses of infinite stamina for a second.
Yeah, we might need to save that until the glacial stuff. If we can.
If only you knew how much is left.
Oh,
No, you used all of it.
I used most of it. I thought it was gonna make a cool tune.
Oh my god! I slid down for ages.
Oh,
how did you do that?
I don't know. It just happened.
Oh,
maybe it was because of the speed I went at.
Maybe.
That was a terrible idea. Don't try that.
Oh, what about the
I
ones?
almost didn't make it.
What about the ones with the
Oh,
banana?
shit, ow.
No.
Oh. It's okay.
Did you?
I just wanted
Were
to,
you trying to
I
go for the
didn't get to-
bananas?
Ow. I tried, didn't work. I'm hurt.
No. I will see if I can get the banana fuse. I got banana. I threw it down. Banana.
Oh, thank you.
Yay. Is it delicious?
It is very delicious.
That was very...
Beautiful. Alright,
man.
we can do it. All the way to the top.
I
And
don't know
then
what
past the
My
glacier.
bag is full. I don't remember what I put in there.
Let me
I
see.
forgot.
There we have
yeah.
the chain launcher, scout
Wait.
cookies, airplane
You got a
food,
chain
and
launcher?
pistol.
Yeah, you might want to take it from my
Goddamn.
bag. You want to take it from my bag so you can equip this, Staffy?
I see a red box up there. I'm gonna go for it.
Okay. I don't think she needs a chain launcher for that. Ooh.
Sail away, sail away, sail away.
Oh. What if there were... Oh, be careful, watch out! Oh my god, you almost hit it. The spike thingy.
And you'll be in
In
a world of pure imagination.
Imagination.
Lishandra.
Oh my god, do you remember Sharkeisha?
I remember what?
Sharkeisha.
No, what's that?
It's a woman's name.
Should I remember that from somewhere?
No.
What do you ask me then?
Thank you.
You say it as if we have history with that person.
Guys, do you guys know Sharkeisha? Oh, be careful, don't fall! Yeah! Are you supposed to
It's
fall?
okay, I meant to go here so I can go up here.
Oh,
hopefully.
Okay.
Maybe that's the plan.
Plans often don't go the way you expect.
Exactly. But this
There you
time it did. At least so
This
far.
time you worked. It's working. Oh, there's a goopy there.
There's a loaded box over here if you guys are upstairs.
Oh?
For like medical supplies and a ton of food.
Oh, we definitely need that.
Yeah.
Do you have space in your bag?
I think I might have.
Yay.
Wait, are you?
Over here.
Oh. I'm coming.
Yeah, it would have been a very embarrassing fall, wouldn't it? Any baggies? No baggies. Oh, lurk mode? No worries. You have fun in the lurk, in the shadows. Yeehaw.
Do we have a rope on anyone? Actually, because I've got a lollipop for infinite stamina. I could like climb something really high and then drop a rope.
I'm not sure if you has one in her backpack.
I have a rope! And I have a rocket launcher.
Great. We can do a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I drop it here.
Oh fuck.
Oh. Is it too slippery?
It's a little bit slippery.
There you go.
Right, can you hold on to... Actually, I can just eat it. Hold on.
Gobble it up.
Okay, I have an idea.
Yes.
Stay here.
Okay. But we can climb there, right? I think she went far.
Okay, I got it.
Where are you?
Tell me when you see the rope.
Oh, I see it.
It's
Can you go further
slowly
down?
coming.
Is it in a good spot?
No. Furthermore.
Well, that's where it's gonna be from now on.
Okay.
Okay.
I was falling off.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay.
Oh. Do you see
right?
it?
I got it.
Okay,
Stick on
there
me.
you go.
Got it.
Are you falling? Did she fall?
Oh no. Oh wait, you might want to wait until the rain stops. And
I grabbed the rope.
rain begins to fall.
Uh oh. Okay, I can make it. You. Thank you.
Hi, can you get the tick off of my leg?
There's a tick? Oh my god, there's a tick!
Wait, feed it to me.
I've got another one.
Oh! There are ticks in this. Here you go.
I got another one.
I
Can you
see.
take a tick off of me?
Here. I got it. Here, Fable. Did you like
Nom
it?
nom nom. It was delicious.
Wait, did they just add that update?
No, it happened to me last time we played too. Hit a bomb. No way, she's all the way down.
Oh, I think she had that launcher thing, right? Or did I have that?
Yeah, she did.
Oh, well, I think there's no saving that.
She's fucking done.
Yeah.
Ah, there's that box right there. Maybe that's got another chain on it.
I was going
Maybe.
to that
Oh.
box. I hope they get the blast of their life as well. I hope they get the blast.
Ninu, you might as well just die. I'm sorry. I think you're too far down.
I'm not too far down. You're gonna join me. You're gonna join me. Join me. Come to your death.
Ah, that's nice. The medkit gets rid of the poison.
Oh man, that was rough. I need to go toilet. It brought me out of work.
Tappered up here.
I go toilet.
Tapper. Uwe Java.
We can go up the side. We can go through here. We went here before.
Okay.
Oh, hi, Ghost of Ninu. That was an epic death, by the way.
Yeah, that was great. I hope someone clipped that.
I think she went to go pee.
Oh.
Yeah, and this is why we got all this stuff from before.
Oh, okay.
Let me launch you up this way.
Okay. Okay. There we go.
Okay, now we get all this stuff too.
Oh, here's a chain launcher. Wait, do we have space
Nice.
on that?
Let's just use it to get way up there already.
Alright.
We need to get Ninu back. Ah, fuck! I'm stupid.
Oh!
Gosh, yeah, I got blasted.
Trail mix.
I got the blast. It was fun.
Yeah, it was very funny looking, honestly.
Blasted.
Oh man.
Okay, this is
By the
all
way, the
looking
trumpet was there.
full.
I have an idea. I got a blowgun. I think I swallowed the dart.
You swallowed the dart?
Yeah, no, it just did nothing.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Sorry, I'm just sucking, not blowing.
Do you have space for this thing? For the rope?
A rope? No, I've got one though.
Okay, then I can just leave
I've
that.
got food, a piton, and a rope.
What do you think we need more, a piton or a rope?
I think the pitons are better.
Okay. Just gonna. You know what? I'm gonna eat my marshmallow. I'm gonna pick that up.
I flew.
You did. It was very funny. I didn't even see you fly that much. Oh.
Oh no. Oh no.
Hi.
We're gonna have to do the last bit manually.
Okay. Like you. Teamwork, Nina. We're bringing you back.
We're gonna do it.
Yeah.
And then we only have to conquer the mountain. And this time we're not gonna go in any cave.
But the cave is so tempting every time.
It is. It's like, oh, we're gonna be shielded in there from the wind. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, thank you. Oh.
This is gonna be rough.
Maybe like here? No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
That's fine, we can get up here.
Wait, where? Ow.
This is a good way.
Oh, there. Okay.
Wait for the rain.
Oh my god, it's enough! Stop it, Ron. Stop it. Alright. Thank you.
Yeah, this is fine too.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah.
There's group there, be careful.
I think I have a little bit more stamina. You watch out. This will send you flying.
Okay.
You don't want the Ninu treatment.
I do not want the Ninu treatment.
This treat.
I didn't even see what you... Like, what blew you away.
Oh, you can't climb these trees.
Oh, I think you can just grab the tops of them.
You can jump. Oh, yeah, you did it.
Oh, there seems to be a spot here.
Group.
Alright. Oh, there's a blue bubble. No! No!
Well, that's good.
Good news, that's not gonna send you flying.
Yeah.
Bad news, we have no stamina now.
Yeah, we gotta wait, I think.
That's right, I've got a piton. When it stops raining, I'm going.
Okay.
If I run out of stamina when I get here, I'm gonna drop a piton. If not, we're just gonna go.
Okay.
I might need to launch off of you though. If you can like crouch here or something.
Okay.
Alright, I'm ready when it stops.
Wait. Okay. Careful. Don't jiggle off of me.
Come on, Rain. There we go. Right, let's go.
Oh. Sorry. Sorry, maybe we should
You won.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
Oh, thank you.
That was very close.
Wow.
Oh, we're getting closer to the top, though. And then we'll get you back, Ninu.
Damn, you guys are close.
And then we just gotta make it go past that goddamn glacier.
Oh.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh no. This is the end.
Ooh. You gotta hold it. Hold it.
Rest on the piton. Yeah.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah. You're gonna.
Oh,
Oh, you no stamina.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You can do it.
This seems dangerous. It's good. It's good. It's good.
Thank you. Oh, there it is. I see the fire.
Oh my god!
Oh, we're making it.
We've done it.
We made it.
No fucking way. I didn't think we'd do that.
I didn't think you guys were gonna do that too.
Now we just gotta make
it.
Hello.
To the top of the glacier.
Didn't it leave a message for us this time? What the hell? Oh my god, he paid.
Motivation!
I'm gonna eat mine right away. There we go.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
That's probably a good idea.
And we got another backpack.
Yeah.
Backpack.
Ready for adventure.
Backpack. We are so ready. Alright, look at that, look at that. We can do that.
Yeah.
I feel like over there.
We've thought that every time we got here.
Like if we go more on the right, maybe it seems like kind of there seems.
I think
to be...
we were literally in the middle last time.
Yeah, I think we should be like on the right. Like not all the way on the right, but like right before where you can see there's like kind of a path up there.
No.
No.
I saw that.
No. No.
No.
Why are you both terrible at climbing down?
No, I decided to jump.
I didn't.
There's a difference.
There's food here if you need it.
I did it on purpose. On purpose, by purpose.
It's peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time.
Nom 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 nom.
Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly.
Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly.
Peanut butter jelly.
Peanut butter jelly. Peanut
I
butter
got a
jelly.
lollipop and a rope. I can do the same thing we did before.
Oh yeah.
Peanut butter
The thing
jelly.
worked fine,
shelter.
and then Ninu got launched.
Is that shelter? This is not shelter. Oh, do you have shelter here?
It's shelter. It's shelter right here.
Okay. Peanut butter
jelly. Peanut butter jelly.
Peanut butter jelly.
Peanut butter
Peanut butter
jelly.
jelly. Peanut butter jelly.
We just got out of the mental hospital.
But they didn't let us out. We escaped.
We escaped. They don't know about
tell
it.
So we did get out of the place on Outlast yesterday.
Ew, was it spooky? Spooky
I just got a thing for opening 15 luggages in a single expedition.
Eagle strike.
Wait. Oh, I don't have space for it in my backpack, I think.
Well, I'm hurt. Do you want to use it on me?
Oh, wait.
You want to use
You
it on
can
my
put it in my
leg?
backpack. There's also thick rinse here that we should take.
Thank you.
I've got space. Mine's empty.
Wait, I can...
Okay, let me put my snacks in there.
Ah!
Oh!
Oh, time to go!
Oh!
Down here.
Oh, wrong bag.
Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly.
Peanut butter jelly time. There you go.
Peanut
Oh wait, I
butter
did it
jelly
again.
Time.
Peanut butter jelly. Fable! No! No! Where are you? Fable!
No.
No! She left it. Fable! Peanut butter
Fable's been forced to
jelly.
go to bed.
Oh no! No, Fable.
Is Fable in
come back.
Germany?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why then. It's just at the time that the internet resets in Germany.
Oh no! Goodbye, Fable. Goodbye, Fable. Oh, that hurts.
Down we go. Nino.
Yeah. I'm here.
You're facing your ass off.
Yeah, it's
Wait, did
cold.
Fable leave her backpack? You should take it.
No, her backpack is gone. And she disappeared.
Ah, fuck.
She...
It had a fucking rope launcher in it.
Fable...
Maybe she can rejoin, I don't know.
I don't even put you as a ghost.
Let me send her an invite.
I beat you to it.
Oh, that's
Authenticating.
Good.
Oh, that happened to me too.
Yeah, if we just wait for a minute, maybe it'll help.
Yeah.
Because she might spawn where she was. Either she'll spawn where she was or she'll spawn as a ghost.
Yeah. Come back, Fable! We miss your peanut butter. Your peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly.
Honestly, the fact that all of the achievements are on a sash is such a nice little touch.
Yeah, it's really cute. You can see yours.
I like it.
Yeah. You have any on your back? Oh, your bag is on the way, so I can't even see it.
Nah, right.
Yeah.
I'm touching you, Ninu.
Sure might. Nice hands you got there. It's yellow.
Thank you.
Oh, I have gloves on.
I look like a character from The Simpsons.
Oh, the one with the circle face.
Oh, I just mean because I've got yellow skin and 4 fingers.
She's hovering in the air. Oh, it's coming again.
Oh no. Oh shit! Fuck.
Oh
back down.
god, we're going back down again. Hello. You might have to restart the game again. We
can wait while you restart.
We don't see you in the air. Come back. Oh, it's sunny. It's very sunny. Whoa. We miss you, Fable. We miss you.
It's not gonna be the same.
Can you
Send
send
another
me
invite.
Okay. Did you beat me to it?
I did.
You mean. And I hide in this little place.
I've got a feeling it's not gonna work though. Hey, this is a nice little spot. You're calling now. Oh.
Yeah,
What are you gonna do now,
It's a secret place. I'm hiding from Father.
Kinda cozy because it's all windy and stuff out there.
Yeah. Eh. Oh no.
Your head is stuck in that cat. You can't fit.
I can see my body.
Fit through the... you can't
my
get your head stuck.
My head is too big.
Your head's actually stuck in the...
My head got stuck. Don't let the fog catch you. We need you. We need
the fog
you.
rises.
Oh, the fog is rising.
Yeah, if she joins now, the fog won't get it.
Oh. Don't let the fog get your body, Fable. Oh, gosh. There you go.
There's the cave! We can get in the cave!
The safety!
Safety cave!
Oh, man. Oh!
Yeah, there's not much we can go further, right?
No.
Down we go!
Yeah. Oh, man. Which way should we go?
I don't know. The left way looked good, but we don't have a chain launcher anymore.
No. Oh, man.
And... I have no idea. Shell fungus, we'll meet that.
Yay.
I know we said we wouldn't go in the cave.
But...
But there might be CP berries, now we can use it.
Yeah.
Fuck. It's cold again. It's cold again.
No, I'm not gonna get cold. It's not gonna stop me. a while. Well.
Put a little food over here. Jem, eat it.
Ooh. Shiny, glittery floor.
Are you in the cave, Mia?
Yeah. I'm up here. Yeah. Look at this tree.
I got in here just in time. Oh, that looks like a good route, actually.
Oh, Fable!
Lady Fable has joined the expedition. Is she a ghost or is she alive?
Maybe she's alive. Make it to us, Fable! Give us a sign.
I have an idea, wait.
Oh, I hear her! Fable!
Fable!
Fable! He's alive!
Then come to the cave!
The cave!
I figured that might happen because she kept her backpack.
Yeah! Come to us!
I'm gonna do something stupid.
Oh, no! No! Come to us! I hear you! I hear you! No, we hear you! I need you! Come back! Fable! Fable! Sing!
Sing!
Sing so we can hear you! He's singing! Hey.
Oh, you made it up anyway.
Yeah.
I just wasted all my stuff to make a path for you.
Oh, okay. Oh no! Don't fall!
Oh, I didn't even realize I was slipping.
She's here, I hear her! Bambo! Did you make it up?
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
No, you made it? Okay. I'm gonna try and do the same thing you did.
I got a tiny rope here because that's all I have.
Oh, there's a tiny rope? Okay.
Tiny rope, you want to know it?
Oh my god.
It's not
I'm
useful.
not sure I can make it.
I'm waiting here to grab you.
Oh my god, thank you. Thank you. I hear her voice.
Fable! Come to the cave, Fable!
Did you have any another? Oh, you don't
At
have
least I
any
made a
other
path that she can get up there.
Yeah. I hope she has the stamina.
Fable, come to the cave!
Ah, Fable!
I've got a bandage for you!
Wait for us!
We can wait here for a minute.
Yeah.
There's a rope in the cave. You can get up.
We hear you too.
Listen to our voices. Oh, do you need food here?
No. I already ate. I have food. Oh, I see the sleeping. Wait. I see. Let me see. Yeah. Where are you?
I've made a safe path, so it's working.
Yeah. Oh, I see a safe passage this way. There's a thing there. Can go
I'm
there.
going to help Fable in case she can't get up.
Yeah. Oh, I see you, Fable.
You see me?
Yeah. Do you see me up here?
Coming to the bottom of the cave.
Yeah.
You sure you want to go that way?
Yeah, there's a good path. Come.
Alright, I'm coming.
We believe in you.
Ow. I don't have my backpack, by the way.
Oh no.
Shit.
How's your health like? Are you still alive?
Come.
He gonna make it. You can do it, Fable.
Are you in?
Do you have stamina? Do you have? Are you hungry?
There's a rope here. Do you see the rope?
Wait, I got it.
You can do it, Fable. I believe in you.
I don't see it.
Oh. Okay, do you see this mushroom thingy here? Do you see us? Do you see how... Is that you? Oh, that's not her.
No.
Live!
Fable, no!
Wait, okay, I'm safe.
I hear you. I hear you.
Oh, there's a nap time berry here. This is perfect.
Yeah. Do you need a nap time berry?
No.
You good? You good?
I'm good.
Where are you? I don't see you.
Wait.
Oh, this place would have been a good role place.
Fingers in the cave?
I see you guys. I'm up here.
Oh my god, wait, what? She
I made it.
Oh my god, you got a bubble!
I made it.
Different way. Yeah, so glad you're back here with us. You found a different way. Oh my god. I'm so glad you're alive.
Okay, so nobody used the rope I sewed.
I used it. Oh no, actually, I didn't use the first rope. I used the second rope.
I want to go that way.
What about this way?
You guys don't have any food, right?
Like,
we're near the edge of the map there. We don't know.
I would say to go that way.
Are you missing any health?
A little bit.
Oh, I'm gonna put some stuff in your bag, Staffy. Got a health kit. And then I'm gonna grab the sleeping.
Oh, wait, Fable!
Huh?
Come here.
I got a present for you. So pretty.
What I figured out is that
I'm good. I don't have
any... No, it gives you food too.
It didn't.
Fuck. So you want to go that way?
We just don't need to get injured, then we're fine.
Yeah, we're doing it.
We're doing it, and we're all together again.
Yeah.
Can't believe I made it to you
crates over
guys.
there.
Oh yeah, wait, I'm looking at it. Let me check that out.
There's two
we got a granola bar.
three of them.
Something. And sports drink.
Soda.
Ah, here you go, Fable.
We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it home. Ooh, hold on.
Ow. There's another one here. Let me open that.
Think.
And we got another sport. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna drink one of those and.
Okay.
Oh, the other thing fell down. Okay, never mind. Oh, you picked it up. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I got it. I used it because I hurt myself.
A cat.
I think this might be a good way to go up.
I can't believe you got you back after you disconnected.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, careful, it's windy.
Oh shit. Oh
Are
fuck.
you in this
Oh
little
no,
corner?
this ain't good. This ain't good. This ain't good.
Are you...
Don't fall.
You're gonna be okay. I have sleeping. I've got the sleeping shroomies. Fable?
I'll be fine as soon as the...
Save that for an emergency.
Okay.
You can literally full heal someone with that thing. If they're down, use it to revive them.
Yes.
I just need the...
You want the boost?
I just need the cold to go away, then I'm good to go.
Oh shit. Oh, sleepy.
Oh.
Wait, fuck. Oh no, they didn't. Okay.
Yeah,
wait,
I
no.
No!
It's getting slippy. You gotta be careful. Fable?
No, she fell. She fell.
She dead. She dead.
Bring the sleepy berry.
Okay. I'm going down. Fable!
Oh shit.
How far down is she?
Getting.
How far did she go?
I don't know how far down she went.
Without me.
No! No!
I dropped really far down, guys. I'm not sure if you're gonna get there before the clock comes.
We needed you!
At least we're reunited before I die, huh?
Oh, mean. Thank you.
Ah, fuck. Oh no.
You're fine. Yeah, this is where Fable fell.
I don't know if we can make that.
Yeah,
you don't have any rope, so...
This is where I died.
I want to go that way, but it's also difficult. Maybe we can go up there and across.
Right.
I think that's a safer way is over there.
Dang.
Not like that though, no. Up here maybe. What? You can't stand here?
Wait, where did he... Where are you? Where are you? Daffy? Is she
I got bad news.
How far down is she? Can I reach her?
Wait.
There's no saving me. I'm just killing myself. Good luck.
No, Nina, you gotta make it to the top.
No, I can't make it. Oh, okay. Are you sure?
You got the
this is
sleepy
not
berry.
safe.
You'll be fine.
Okay. Was it slippy here? Oh shit! It is kind of.
You can't stand there, no. Yeah, that's what happened to me.
Oh wait, I.
Go back down. Go back down. No.
Oh no!
I am a sleepy berry.
Oh,
I am a sleepy berry.
I don't know how to get help.
Wait, no, I'm gonna be fine. My sleepy berry, work.
You might be alive after the sleep.
Yeah.
You might die before the sleep's over though.
We'll see.
I'm gonna make it.
Oh my god.
She's just alcohol. God damn.
Oh man.
Hey, I'd say we did pretty well.
Yeah, I think she's gonna die before the sleepy bear is done.
We'll reach the top eventually.
Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
See, it's because we didn't have Nova. Blame Nova.
Nova, it's your fault.
Nova's spirit is lingering with us.
Oh my god.
That's why we all fell, because we were trying
Look
to
how close it is,
honor
guys.
Nova.
Ah, look how close it is. Oh. Damn. 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 Damn, so at least you were unconscious when you hit the floor.
My body was never found.
Whoa. My body was never found.
I can have an eye patch.
Eye patch?
Yeah.
What the hell? I just have normal eyes.
Alright, guys, I'll have to go now, though.
No, it's not on the eyes, it's on the, like, hair one or like, glasses one and stuff.
Oh.
You're gonna go to sleep? How dare you?
Sleep time?
You're supposed to go to sleep an hour ago, but now you might as well stay the whole night.
I need to go eepy sleepy. I need to be awake tomorrow.
What's tomorrow? What's happening tomorrow?
My family and I, we're gonna go to a restaurant.
Oh my god, you gonna eat ice cream?
Yes, actually.
Okay, make sure you take a picture of ice cream.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Take a picture of ice
I
cream.
will.
Okay, okay.
Have an extra scoop for us.
Yeah.
I will.
Yes. For the team.
Wait.
For the team.
Bye
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. What are you
She
going
sneezed
to eat?
on my face.
She sneezed on your face?
No, I've got like fucking 6 hours left still or something.
6 hours?
I
Oh
stay
my
up
God.
till like 8 a.m.
When
I just don't think we can do this with the two of us.
No. Thank you. Parkour. I think, how long have I been
Parkour
parkour?
hardcore.
Bye forever, Fable! No! Nova, are you coming back? Nova. Oh wait, she said she's gotta do some stuff.
Yeah, Nova's got stuff to do tomorrow too.
Wow, imagine.
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 Is there anything else you wanted to do?
Maybe I'll just... maybe I'll just go to bed. Nova driving?
You could go to bed. You've been live for 5.5 hours.
Yeah. Nova, you gonna just drive? Nova doesn't know how to drive. She's gonna kill babies.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think I'm gonna stop for now.
Yeah, you go EBCB to the Nino.
Yeah. Do you have any plans?
Good night. Thank you for playing with me. No, I'm just gonna hang out.
No worries. Thank you for playing. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. Guys, are you ready to go EP sleepy? You ready to go EP sleepy? Are you ready to go EP sleepy? EP sleepy? Aloha everyone. Oh my god. Oh shit, wait, hold up. Let me see, the things that we... Oh my god, guys. You guys smashed it. You guys are so crazy. You guys are so crazy. Thank you, Belfnite, Daza, Anonymous, Angie, Frankazoid, Lampy, Ugg, Gecko Neko, Bannock, Brunox, Raptor, and Natsia. You guys smashed it. You should say that we Slameth it. You guys have Slameth it. You guys have Slameth it. The Slameth. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you. I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah. Then we have to, oh gosh, we have a couple of things to do. We have to, I gotta draw the girls. So, hey, good morning, Ninu. Night. Good night and good morning. So we're gonna draw the girls tomorrow. You guys think of imagination. Yes, do the imagination, and you guys tell me what I'll do with the girls tomorrow. And then we also have to, we gotta write a story. I'm sad I missed the phone call, but I hope I can be here for the drawing. Hell yeah! Yeah, the phone call was so funny. It was hilarious. Oh, and then I'll play a painful game, whether that's jumping or getting over it. If you guys have any other games I should play that is painful, I will do it. I'll play for an hour because I'm nice. And then I will teach you guys some psychology. Maybe I gotta get like a teacher's outfit. Big glasses, big boobas. Yeah. Yeah, gosh, dang guys. You guys did so well. Thank you. Alright, who are we gonna read today? Thank you for the pat. Thank you. Teachers equals big book. Wait, don't they? Am I wrong? Or have I been watching the wrong thing, huh? Also, what do you guys think of Peak? You guys like it? I wonder if... Let's see. Alright, we're gonna raid a VTuber. We're gonna raid a VTuber, a goofy VTuber. Oh my god, look at that fish! It's anglefish. Anglefish. I love their... I just love their VTuber. It's so derpy. Derpy VTuber. I love it. And they are currently doing some art. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for being really cool. Peak, really peace. I like Peak a lot. Yeah. I wonder if there's mods. So maybe I'll have a look at mods. And then maybe we could get more than 4 people. Could you imagine that? That'll be crazy. That'll be crazy. Anyways, I love you guys too. Take care of yourself. And have a lovely evening. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.